AC Plus.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Genome sequencing company GeneDx surpassing $100 million in revenue for the first time in its most recent quarter. A lot more than that, though. They also talked about how they're raising their guidance for the fiscal year. They flipped to a profit from a loss in the previous quarter and saw some pretty impressive growth, particularly when it came to exome and genome testing sales, which were up by 69%. The company screens for and diagnoses rare diseases in newborns. And joining us right now is Catherine Stuland. She is the CEO of GeneDx. And Catherine, thanks a lot for coming in today.
Thanks so much for having me.
So your stock is up about 13% this week. Your earnings were out just a couple of days ago. Big pop on this. What happened that the street was not anticipating?
You know, what we've really been focused on at GeneDx is diagnosing children with rare diseases. And today, the problem that exists, children aren't getting access to this testing. It takes, on average, 5 years for a child to get diagnosed. So we're trying to raise awareness. We're trying to make sure that clinicians really understand that this technology is accessible to them. And then we're trying to make sure that these families have answers sooner than that 5-year diagnostic odyssey. Today, we can deliver an answer within weeks, if not hours.
And part of the problem with the diagnosis is pediatricians haven't known what to look for. Your kid gets diagnosed with global development delays for the most part, or maybe intellectual disability. What are you doing to try and get that? Because these are expensive tests. They're not cheap.
Well, what's interesting is they historically took a really long time and they were expensive. But we've been able to get the cost down. We've been able to make the turnaround times fast. We can actually do a whole genome in 48 hours. And so we've actually removed cost as the barrier. Most insurance companies pay for it. And that's in part because of the health economic benefit that we can provide. So it's a unique test in that it provides better clinical outcomes. Earlier testing gives families and clinicians more options to be able to give these children a healthier chance to live longer lives. But we're also delivering really important savings to the healthcare system. In that 5 years where there's a diagnostic odyssey, the healthcare system is paying for the cost of these symptoms and the lack of a diagnosis today. So using testing early actually helps ensure that the right answer gets to the right families to make the right decisions for clinical care. And nobody does this better than GeneDx.
What is the cost today? Just what it's come down to?
So most insurance companies are covering it. What we get paid is about $3,700 per test.
It'd be nice to have this type of information allow you to figure out the pathology of the disease itself. How many different markers are there, and are they all linked? Are they totally separate? Do you know? Is it hard to find out?
Yeah, so we're making new gene disease discoveries almost on a weekly basis now. So today there's 7,000 rare diseases, which is part of what makes what we've built so unique. So in order to diagnose these diseases, you have to have a level of confidence that we're calling the right variants.
Yeah.
And the way that we're able to do that, because we've run 850,000 exomes and genomes, they're all enriched for rare disease. 60% of the time, we're actually running testing on mom and dad as well. So the richness of that genotypic data asset that we've been able to accumulate.
Is it shared? Or could every individual have their own mutation which causes a global development?
We discover de novo mutations on a frequent basis. So yeah, we are making it.
So they're not necessarily even related, but do they all seem to have the same gene product? Do you know what it is?
So when we are actually discovering a new mutation, because we've done this more than anyone, we are able to upgrade or downgrade a variant of unknown significance more regularly than anyone else in the industry. And it's because we have all of the richness of the genotypic data, but we also have 7 million phenotypic data points. So think about all the clinic notes that might come in with an order about symptoms, about family history. Exactly, how it's
narrow it down.
So it's the totality of the data set that enables our experts to be able to upgrade or downgrade. So anyone can buy a gene sequencer, anyone can actually take that raw information. The ability to accurately get an answer to a patient from a genome's worth of information in order to drive clinical care, that's the hard part, and that's what we do best.
Catherine, rare diseases, they're called rare diseases because they're very unusual, they're very rare, and they don't happen very often. But if you look at rare diseases together, these 7,000 plus that you mentioned, you're talking about 25 to 30 million people just in the United States alone. A lot of people have connections to this, including yourself. Why did you get involved in this?
You know, I learned about rare diseases very young. I was 11 years old and went to a family reunion and discovered that my mom's cousin had 2 children with cystic fibrosis, one of whom had passed away, the other was there and was very ill. And so I went home and started raising money for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. What I think is really remarkable about that particular example, that was back in the early 80s. Since then, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation raised money and really funded a lot of the early research that fueled discoveries that now are alive and keeping patients alive through Vertex. And so I think it's a really hopeful story for the rare disease community. It's the power of patient advocacy, funding research, and finding discoveries. And this is actually what happens to so many parents. Once they find out that they have a child with a rare disease, many of them are dedicating their entire lives to trying to find an investigational compound that might be able to help their child.
Have you used this, what I call it, not magnifying glass, but I'm sure there's how many variants for autism and the causes of autism. That doesn't, not specifically a rare disease, but how many markers are there for autism?
There's about 800 genes.
Do we know what any of them do?
Well, we do know that there are 800 genes associated with autism. So we actually, when we talk about testing, we're mainly in the pediatric neurology space, which is where much of our growth came from. We're testing epilepsy, autism, developmental delay, cerebral palsy, amongst many other diseases. So we're focused in that pediatric neurology segment. I think part of what we're really driving towards, the earlier you can diagnose, the earlier you can get these kids on a healthier path. The general pediatrician is the first line of defense for any parent. The American Academy of Pediatrics just updated their guidance for the first time in about 12 years, saying that pediatricians should start ordering exome and genome testing for children with developmental delay.
Were you a CEO when you were, it was a meme stock? We'll look at a chart and we can go back.
Right.
You're about $2 or $3 billion company now. It was a $20 or $22 billion company.
It was.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
There was a lot of excitement for a lot of reasons. There was also the way that revenues were booked. Was there anything going on with the way that testing revenues were booked? Is it different now, the way that you do it?
So I became CEO of the company 4 years ago.
4 years.
We were acquired by another company called Semaphore. And Semaphore had some previous issues that we were able to shut down. So after we were acquired, we actually shut down that parent company, so that way we could take the incredible asset that we've built at GeneDx to ensure that it can continue to grow. So what you've seen over the past year and a half is really GeneDx as a company, now a profitable company, continuing to drive growth by providing more answers to more families.
The most exciting thing that I think about is what AI could do with the markers that you would provide them to try to see in development what all those mutations are affecting in the compounds that aren't coded for properly. I mean, we can learn a lot. I mean, developmental biology is in its infancy, I think, at this point. Because you don't know what any of these things do. You just know that they're involved with the phenotype, which you talked about, but you don't know the pathology of what happens.
Exactly, and we're just in the early stages of deploying AI in order to really help scale the entire workflow. There's a limited number of genetic experts in this country, and so our ability to take their knowledge base and infuse it through our interpretation is going to ensure that we can continue to scale this as we bring it to more and more patients. Ultimately, we want to get to a place where we're doing newborn screening. We've done the largest newborn screening study here in New York. More than 3.2% of otherwise healthy babies were diagnosed with a genetic disease, in some cases before symptoms were developing. And ultimately, that's where we want to get to is how do we diagnose disease before symptoms manifest and before disease progresses? Today, the system, we're just waiting for children to get sicker and sicker. The earlier we can diagnose, the earlier we can figure out if there may be a therapeutic. In some cases, you're adding zinc as a supplement. You're putting a baby on a ketogenic diet. You might be using a beta blocker. So there
early intervention for autism with language
Exactly.
and therapy and things like that.
Exactly.
If you knew it at a year and a half, because it's not diagnosed till, can be, but
4 or
maybe
5
until later.
sometimes.
It's not getting diagnosed for far too long. So when you have a technology in your hands that can provide an answer to somebody with a genetic disease within weeks, if not days, if not hours, you want to make sure that everyone knows that it's possible for them. So I think with the great technology, with the great insurance coverage that we've been able to generate, because we're actually helping them save money as well, we want to make sure that every pediatrician can start utilizing this testing as well.
Catherine, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, we should note Catherine is also a 2025 CNBC Changemaker, and you can learn more about that list at cnbc.com/changemakers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the brain drain at Apple. It continues. Another top AI researcher reportedly leaving that company for Meta. We're going to bring you details on that after the break.
And make it count.
Yeah, great.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be talking a lot more about what's been happening with the markets, but also we'll talk about the state of travel demand and consumer spending with the CEO of Booking Holdings. That's coming up in just a moment. His company just reported second quarter earnings. Glenn Fogel will join us when Squawk Box comes right back.
C+. Just before 7 a.m. on the East Coast, you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Investigators looking into why the suspect in Monday evening's Midtown Manhattan shooting targeted that building at 345 Park Avenue. Officials familiar with the investigation now telling CNBC that the shooter from Las Vegas left a note suggesting his mental illness may be linked to CTE from having played football. The NFL is one of the tenants in that Park Avenue building. You get a lot more on the response with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who's going to join us at 7:45 a.m. this morning. Also, a tsunami waves, I should say, hitting parts of the United States following one of the most powerful earthquakes ever recorded. 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck Russia's far east earlier this morning. The National Weather Service said waves have reached the California coast. Waves of nearly 6 feet above normal reported in Hawaii, but the alert level there downgraded to a tsunami advisory a couple of hours ago. And the good news is no substantial damage has been reported, though authorities in Russia and Japan said several people were injured. Meantime, Booking Holdings beating second quarter profit and revenue estimates. International booking strengthening at the Priceline and Kayak parent helped offset weaker travel spending in the U.S. Joining us right now, Glenn Fogel, Booking Holdings CEO. Good morning to you. Is the YOLO economy continuing, Glenn? Is that what these earnings are suggesting?
Well, good morning, Andrew, and thanks for having me. And certainly, we are very pleased with the second quarter numbers. Did show a lot of people still traveling. I think that's just the fact of life nowadays. People like to travel, and they're going to spend their money that way. So even in the areas where perhaps there is softness in the economy, people still are prioritizing going traveling.
So there is an issue, though, of folks coming to the U.S., something you actually pointed to a couple months ago when we talked. What's going on there?
Hasn't really changed, unfortunately. We still have an incredible deficit in terms of people outside the U.S. coming to visit us here. It's really sad because when you look at us compared to 2019, we are still below the number of people who came and visited in 2019. And that's bad for the hotel industry in the U.S. It's bad for the employees. It's not good.
And how much do you think that's a function of economic weakness in these other countries? How much do you think this is some kind of political statement? And can you identify where there are certain countries that used to come to the U.S. that may not be right now, and what's going on?
Yeah, I think it's a factor. It's many factors. Look, obviously we see Canada, U.S. way down, but Canadians are still traveling. We see them going to Mexico. So for our business, because we're so global, we're still getting the business. But the people in the U.S. who work in the hotels, they're not getting those Canadian visitors. And we'll see it in Europe. Europeans not come to the U.S., but we see Europeans are going to Asia, or perhaps they're traveling within Europe. We still get that business. The American hotelier does not get that business. Now, why? Well, it certainly can't be because the dollar is so strong so people can't afford it. That's not it. As we know, U.S. dollar has decreased, making it cheaper for a foreigner to come visit. So I have to say it probably is some of the elements that we see in the geopolitical area where people are saying, I'm not sure I want to go to the U.S. right now. Maybe I'm going to have a problem, immigration, passport control. And one thing that's really big is going into the U.S., if you are a non-U.S. citizen, you can have a really long line to get through that passport control. You go back home, you tell your friends, I went to the U.S., it was a wonderful place to visit, but it took me 3 hours at JFK. That's not conducive to increasing the number of people who are going to come visit us.
Can I ask you, Glenn, do you spend any time talking to folks in Washington about that particular issue?
I spoke with Secretary Duffy about that, as did many others. We talked to people at Homeland Security about this. We talked to people at State Department controls immigration. All these issues, it's throughout. Everybody gets it. The administration understands this. They're putting money in. The new bill is going to help improve the situation. And it's really important because we have 2 really big tourist things coming. We got World Cup coming to the U.S. We got the Olympics coming to the U.S. We want to make sure that people are able to come here, be able to visit and have a great time, spend their money here. It'd be great. We obviously want to get a big piece of this, and so we have an incentive to help improve it.
And I would imagine you can maybe explain the math, but for every dollar spent on an additional TSA agent, for example, that lets folks get through that line quicker, that there's a force multiplier in terms of economic impact.
Oh, no, absolutely true. And the fact is, so many people say, look, I'll pay an extra $25. I'm spending thousands to come visit. I'll spend $25. I'll spend $50 if I don't have to wait so long. But the problem is, and speaking with the secretary about this and other people about this, part of the issue, though, is actually the physical amount of space you have in these airports. You can only put so many booths to get people through to check their passports. So there's a physical issue, too.
In terms of just looking at the strength of the customer around the world, irrespective of sort of where they're traveling, are you seeing any trends in terms of people going sort of looking at lower end hotels that might have been looking at higher end hotels before, or downgrading in terms of what's happening in terms of airfares going from economy plus to regular economy, or by the way, the opposite, which would be even a more pleasant surprise?
Yeah, you're definitely getting to see a two-speed type economy around the world almost, but particularly in the U.S., where you see the lower end having a little more difficulty. So you see more softness in the 2-star hotel, the 3-star hotel. You see back of the cabin of the plane, a little bit more trouble there. Whereas people who are doing well in terms of their own personal economy, they're still spending a lot of money. And for us, obviously, we want everybody to travel, everybody, no matter how much money we want them to go. But for our business, for example, we see over 30% of our customers are what we call genius levels 2 and 3. Those are frequent travelers. And those people are producing mid 50% of our Booking.com accommodation. So we're not as impacted as perhaps an airline might be.
Glenn, let me ask you a different question about the business itself and to the extent that there's a moat around your business, how you think about AI impacting that. And let me just lay out a situation for you. It seems to me that one of the things you've done so very well is develop relationships, contracted relationships, APIs, and all sorts of other things with all sorts of airlines and hotel companies and the whole thing, so you can actually, soup to nuts, really create an easy on-ramp for the customer. And that's been a great thing. My question is, in an age where, OpenAI and its new operator or agent service or some of the others that are doing similar things, whether one day they too will be able to actually make reservations directly with the hotels or directly with the airlines, effectively going and not even needing what's called an API, meaning that literally the service, the AI will literally just go to those websites on their own and be able to almost reverse engineer what you've created without needing to have those relationships.
Yeah, I'm smiling at you a little bit because, of course, we hear this many times. And one of the great things is establishing relationships. So, for example, you happen to mention OpenAI, and of course, we are very proud to have been one of the founding partners with them in their operator mode. And if you saw their most recent thing, the agent mode, and I don't know if you saw their introductory video that Sam Altman led off, but if you look at that, you'll see it's Booking.com that's doing the hotel booking there, which is just wonderful. And look, we have relations with Microsoft, we're doing with Amazon and Alexa. We're talking with all the people in this area to create this. We provide a very specialized, very complex, very hard to do business. They do a very hard business themselves in terms of these large language models. Together, we can create something great for the consumer and great for the partners. We're going to continue to work together. I've heard this thing that you're going to get disintermediated for the 25 years I've been here at this company. And it's funny, I've heard it when Google was coming out. I heard it, the hotels are getting their own websites. You heard it all the time about AI. We have great AI that we're doing working together. During the time I've been here, the 25 years that I keep hearing how you're going to get disintermediated, our stock has gone up from when I first joined. Our low point, $6 a share. Currently, we're getting closer and closer to 6,000. Make the math simple. If we get to 6,000, that'd be a 1,000 times increase over the 25 years. Technology has changed tremendously over the 25 years, and it will continue to change, and we will continue to change with it.
Glenn, I want to thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you don't get disintermediated. Look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Let's get back to the equity markets. Let's bring in Michael Landsberg. He is Chief Investment Officer of Landsberg Bennett Private Wealth Management. And I don't know how I'd characterize your feelings though, Michael. You're not, I don't think you're a raging bull. You're not really that worried even about trade, even about China. You figure high single digits for the year for the S&P. I just figured that out. We're there. So what does that mean? The stock pickers market, you don't know if the averages necessarily, the S&P, and that much higher from here?
I think they do, Joe. I think the high single digits is more an earnings. For this quarter, last quarter we saw double digits in S&P 500 earnings. This quarter I think you're going to see high single digits. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a deceleration from where we were. NASDAQ is still going to be probably mid-teens. I think the first quarter, I think, was a surprise to lots of folks. And then the second quarter, I think people thought it's going to be worse than it is. And I think it's going to be a little bit better than it is. So I think the back half of the year probably is going to be up, probably what the front half of the year was. I don't think it's going to be at 24, but I think we're on pace to go a little higher.
So it says, and leading to a respectable high single-digit full-year 2025 market gain is what it says here. Are you raising? That's
No,
not.
that probably was misstated. I think the earnings.
So you're talking about earnings.
Earnings, yeah.
So the S&P could be up
No, this-
In the teens,
Yeah.
mid-teens, high teens.
Probably mid-teens.
Mid-teens.
I think basically the first half of the year, I think you can multiply that. I think the back half of the year sets up well if we get rid of, obviously some of the tariff issues have been taken care of. I think when we get on to deregulation, which to me is going to be, I think, hopefully a real spur to the market, that could really be something interesting in the back half of the year if we get to that. Because we have already gotten through the tariff to some extent in the tax bill.
And you figure that the Fed is in pretty good shape, and I don't know if you have a lot of problems with the way they're viewing things right now, what they're likely to do today.
Yeah, right now, no. I mean, I've had problems in the past. I think they've been on the wrong side of inflation and things.
Right.
But right now, I think if you didn't have a president pushing for interest rate cuts, I don't think we'd have this discussion. I mean, employment's in good shape.
Yeah.
Inflation's 2.5%, 2.6. That's not really the time to see rates get cut. So I think you're at a pretty neutral rate here. I think they're not going to do anything today. It doesn't mean I don't think they're going to see some dissent. I think there's going to be some interesting comments with what Powell says in the presser after.
Yeah, you figure we get volatility with whatever happens with the China trade deal, whatever happens with tariffs, but onward and upward probably. You got some stock ideas. For one of our producers, I got a Rheinmetall. Are you sure that's not a German techno band?
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
Kraftwerk, Rammstein, or something? It's not.
It's not. It's actually it's a German manufacturer of arms. And
No way. They don't play in.
They don't play any instruments.
Okay.
But they do bring the pain to lots of people. It's very loud.
Yeah.
They're
So like a defense contractor.
100%.
Okay.
And they've done well since obviously the Ukrainian war. But more importantly, during the Trump administration, Trump has said, hey, Europe,
Step it up.
Europe, you're going to start paying more of your own freight. And what's happened is they're going to continue to do well because they finally actually increased their ability to manufacture as much as their sales have been, because that's been a little problem.
For years to come, you
Yes.
think demand will outstrip capacity. Axon Enterprises, Spotify, you like those as well.
Yeah, Axon's a name that we've liked for a while. Axon makes basically tasers, but their number one thing is the body cam. So if you see a police interaction anywhere in the country, look in the top right corner, you'll see Axon Enterprises.
Everybody's got those, yeah.
And if you don't, you're a city manager saying, I got to get those because of lawsuits, protect my officers. Obviously, what we just saw in the city here, you're going to want to make sure that the officers feel protected and that there's cameras around.
Right, and then people pay for Spotify.
And Spotify is one of those names, it's hard to switch. But the other thing I liked about Spotify, their average user, it's 12% a year, they're growing every single time they're users. And it's hard to get out of that. Once you're a Spotify user, you're not going to switch.
Right.
It kind of got you sucked in.
Great, Michael, thank you. In the old days, Greco, they would have played something from Kraftwerk or something. That horrible German techno crap, yeah. Anyway, it's not that, so never mind.
Now it's becoming sprockets.
Remember Big Lebowski? What was the name of that band? Oh my god. I can't remember.
Thanks for coming in. When we come back, find out where some of the big paydays are coming from in the world of finance. Plus, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary will join us on set. He's in New York meeting with pharma and biotech leaders. Lots of topics to cover, including the latest decision on Sarepta's gene therapy, vaccine policies, and taking on the opioid crisis. Squawk Box will be right back.
gets.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The war for talent in the world of finance usually means big salaries, and that is showing up at family offices. Robert Frank joins us with the Inside Wealth Report. What's going on?
Well, Andrew, the number of family offices has tripled since 2019 to over 4,500 worldwide. So finding top talent to run those family offices is becoming a lot more expensive. The median compensation for CEOs of investment-focused family offices is now over $800,000. Now, CIOs are making a median of $900,000. That's according to a new report from Botoff Consulting and Morgan Stanley. Now, the CEOs of large investment-focused family offices, says those with more than $1 billion in assets, are making an average of over $3 million a year. So that's the very top of the top. Now, the rise in pay is being driven by performance. Now, as family offices become more like private equity firms, they're investing in private companies directly. They're hiring private equity executives and paying a lot more like private equity shops. Now, more than half of family offices are now giving their executives co-investments where they invest alongside the family. Others are offering carried interest or a share of investment profits and profit sharing. Now, for more on the growth of family offices and the battle for talent, you can sign up for the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. cnbc.com/insidewealth. So if you've got a college kid wondering what they can do right now, family offices and wealth management is a rising career.
You know what I'm thinking?
What do you
I'm thinking
think?
about all the sort of just the rent seeking that's taking place here, which is to say that talk about fees upon fees upon fees. You've got a lot of money. You decide, okay, I now need my family office. I can't just use somebody else to do it.
Right.
So now these guys, you're paying their fees and all of the associated fees with having your quote unquote family office. Those guys are then taking that money, putting it in private equity funds and hedge funds. Now, some of them will say, oh, we're going to go do our own side pocket deals and other things like that.
Correct.
So we're not going to have to actually pay the fees. But the truth is, there is just a like fee stream that just keeps going. I went downhill. I actually think it goes uphill because I've talked to so many people who live in this world who keep saying it's unbelievable what's happened here, that actually their fees have gone up.
So you're right in the sense that oftentimes when you hire somebody out of private equity to run your family office, what they do is put you into a private equity fund because that's what they know how to do.
Right.
However, it still makes financial sense to hire your own person, especially because more and more of these large family offices are doing their own direct deals. And if they are working with their fund, they're doing it as a co-invest rather than as an LP, which typically you're paying all those fees.
But the question is, are you better off doing that or giving your money to a firm like Iconic, for example?
Well, Iconic is a special kind of firm. I mean, it's
But those are the millionaires that you're talking about.
Well, Iconic is taking people with hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
That's a very small, special group of people. I would say that family offices, basically, one of the reasons is not so much to lower your costs, because you can have a low-cost operation without a family office. It's to have somebody on your side who truly represents you. So you know you're not getting ripped off by a larger institution. And so just having that comfort is worth the extra cost.
Robert Frank, thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Right, coming up, a wide-ranging interview with FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. We're going to hit topics from cracking down on opioids to the controversy around Sarepta and its gene therapy. Then later, we're going to talk to New York City Mayor Eric Adams on the response to the Midtown office shooting. Squawk Box coming right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. The founder of what company built a town as a community for his employees, complete with housing, schools, and recreational facilities? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
antics.
And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. The founder of what company built a town as a community for its employees, complete with housing, schools, and recreational facilities? The answer? Milton Hershey of Hershey, Pennsylvania.
All right, welcome back, everybody. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary is in New York City today on a listening tour. He's going to be meeting with CEOs of major pharma and biotech companies. Dr. Makary joins us on set before he does that, and welcome. It's great to see you.
Great to be with you all.
So let's talk a little bit, first of all, why you're here in New York City. Who are you going to be speaking to? What's the point? Or I guess listening, not speaking.
Yeah, so look, there's a lot of things we need to do at the FDA. And so to inform us, we want to meet with executives, with pharma leaders, and we want to hear from them because I believe in listening, and we got to understand where in the user interface is the system broken. We're trying to ask the big questions. Why does it take over 10 years for a drug to come to market? Why do we have idle steps in the entire approval process? Do we really think if you have the cure for breast cancer, there should be long waiting periods where the application is sitting on a desk? Why do we apply? Why do we have people apply after every phase? Preclinical IND, phase 1, phase 2. Can we run more continuous trials? So when we listen to the CEOs, we learn so much. Like one of the big pieces of feedback that's come up in the other 4 CEO listening sessions has been communication. If they can have a couple 15-minute calls with the scientific team, that can save them a year of guesswork.
Yeah.
So we don't want the FDA to be a black box. That's why we're releasing all of our decision letters so people can see exactly how the review team thinks. Because markets want predictability, and the companies want predictability, and the drug makers and scientists want to know how to design drugs knowing what the review team is going to think.
I mean, I think that's so important, and it's definitely something we hear from industry as well. There have been some concerns in the last month, though, about the complete response letters that were issued for 2 drugs, Replimune and Capricor. Both those companies said that they were caught off guard, that it seemed like things were changing, standards were changing at the FDA. They thought they were following the guidance they were given. Can you explain what happened there and maybe how that gets fixed?
So I can't discuss any individual product or individual decision of the FDA, but look, the process should be transparent, and it's not always perfect. Sometimes the reviewers act in their own sort of autonomy and independence. We're trying to create more standardization and create a culture where we have common standards. For example, sometimes we still require routine animal testing when a drug's already been approved in humans and used in thousands of people in Europe. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Because that slows down the process.
That slows down the process. We want to speed up the process, streamline it, modernize it. We're using AI now in our scientific reviews as an organizing tool. And these applications are gnarly. They're like can be 100,000 pages. So we're going to introduce a radical concept called a page limit. Just like college applicants have. And we want to allow drug makers to get more predictability and insight.
I think about the way the private sector does things and the way the government does things. And I think about DMV or take your pick. And I'm just wondering, does the FDA need more money? Is that always the answer? I think public schools, more the money keeps coming in, doesn't make it better. How do you private sectorize the FDA to do more? All the things you're talking about, streamline it, but without just throwing money at it. And you know how bureaucracies work. They don't.
Yeah, and every time there's a problem in government, the answer is always the same. More money, more authority, more people.
But there is criticism that you don't have enough right now.
So there's always going to be that criticism. My job is to do an assessment. And look, I came in right after a reduction in force, and so my job is to make sure that all the scientists and inspectors, and we have about 300 law enforcement officials with guns that go around and check out things like vape stores in our ports to make sure we're safe. We got to make sure everyone has all the resources. To be clear, there were no reductions in force or layoffs of scientific reviewers or of inspectors at the FDA.
There have been some who have left voluntarily after the departure of Peter Marks, and there's been some pushback from industry that says, wait a second, these were the people who were helping us streamline the process before, now what?
Yeah, so look, I think the FDA does not rest on any one individual, and no one person makes or breaks a scientific division. There's over 1,000 scientists in that division. I've met with the leadership, the team. They're phenomenal. They're going to be strong. The FDA is is going to meet all of its targets for reviewed decisions this year. I think we're going to reduce the average time. We may hit a record number of approvals this year. And so the trains are running on time. The FDA is strong and it's going to continue to be strong. It's one of the greatest brands in the world. So we have a lot to live up to. And you see the pride in the institution. Didn't matter what political party's in power. You see a tremendous pride among the scientists there.
There was big news just last night with the departure of Dr. Vinay Prasad. He had been there as the director of the FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. He was only there for 3 months. There was a lot that had happened, I'd say just over the last 3 or 4 days, where he took some incoming, not the least of which was from the Wall Street Journal in an op-ed that they put out, just saying that he was stopping innovation. He was opposed to some of these things. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the irony about that Wall Street Journal piece is that some of the drugs they criticized him for were not even in his center. He had nothing to do with them. And he did a tremendous amount of implementation of new policies in the time that he was at the FDA. I think the guy's a genius. He's published 550 scientific peer-reviewed studies in his career. He's 42 years old. So he gave us some of his time. Look, he's got family in California. The commute was brutal. And then when he saw some of these sort of smear pieces, he didn't want to be a distraction. So we're going to continue to talk to him. But we've got tremendous leadership there. Our top drug regulator, by the way, was not that role. Our top drug regulator is filled by this new guy, George Tigmarsh, MD, PhD, double fellowship trained in neonatology and oncology, and led La Jolla Therapeutics. So he is a drug developer himself. I think 7 different drugs he developed himself. He knows the FDA from both sides, and he's an academic with impeccable credentials from Stanford.
What will happen? Who's going to be coming in to replace Dr. Prasad?
So look, we have a lot of interest from talented people, so we'll take a look at that interest. But we've got George Tidmarsh right now that sits as our top drug regulator.
Dr. McCary, part of this was, there's been so much focus on Sarepta, and it's something we watch closely because the stock was so massively impacted. But it was big news in the rare disease world as well, because this was a gene therapy that the FDA asked them to pull after there were 2 deaths with non-ambulatory patients from Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. They were pulling it from the non-ambulatory people, the boys who were further along in that disease and maybe more fragile. The FDA asked them to pull it from the ambulatory boys as well, and that was where the company pushed back and the families pushed back and said, wait a second, this is the only drug we have to fight a disease that is definitely killing our children.
Yes.
What happened? I know that the FDA has reversed course.
Yeah, so that was a very temporary hold on the ambulatory population, which has since been restored. The scientists at the FDA wanted to look at that safety signal after some deaths. So I stood behind them. I think the company is pleased with where things are. I can't discuss really any details of our conversations, but we are committed to that rare disease community because you can't possibly do a randomized controlled trial and have these rigorous standards when you have 50 or 100 people in the world that have a rare condition. And we've got to have regulatory flexibility. So we are working on a new pathway called the plausible mechanism pathway, by which we may not even need to see a study. We may just need to see a plausible mechanism and computational modeling suggesting that something is a safe molecule. And so you kind of saw that with the baby KJ example at University of Pennsylvania, gene editing in a newborn.
That was just earlier this year, months ago.
Yeah, so I think that was a great moment for the FDA.
Doctor, let's say that we see another a powerful variant of COVID, or even, hopefully, God forbid, a novel pathogen. Messenger RNA technology is can be upgraded. You can do it very quickly, and you can come out with something that it could probably, in my view, I think it saved our bacon to some extent last time. Are you comfortable with that technology? If there's another pathogen that needs to be dealt with in the future, would we use it?
I think our job at the FDA and our charge by Congress is to review an application and then determine whether or not the data allows the...
Or do you think the technology is safe?
I think it can be. And look, safe is a relative term, right? Because there are risks, and there are risks of the disease. Right. A lot of people say they've been vaccine injured. That's not been appropriately studied. We did approve an mRNA vaccine in high-risk populations for COVID just recently.
Just recently, okay.
And we do have a traditional vaccine with Novavax that we
I
also
think
approved for COVID.
it's a different
Are you-
it's a different usage for cancer vaccines, but messenger RNA is a powerful technology. It's not monolithic, obviously.
Yeah, it can be. Look, in my entire medical career, we've heard this is going to be the future. It's going to be this, or
Yeah.
you know, and so there are a lot of different ideas.
Can I ask you, is anybody
Yeah.
doing what you would describe as reasonable studies with reasonable, or that you would accept vaccine damage reports? You just described this idea of vaccine damage,
Vaccine injury.
vaccine injury.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is anybody doing any meaningful studies that you've seen on that actual topic?
Yeah. So the HHS and the NIH are starting to look at that because hundreds of thousands of Americans have described vaccine injury. I personally know of some cases. I know of one friend who lost a parent from the COVID vaccine. I'm not saying that's a contraindication. I'm just saying there were some complications,
right.
And when you blow them off entirely and say, look, it's 100% safe and effective, you alienate.
But you
part of
can
the
rule
public.
out certain things. I mean, spike proteins don't last forever. Messenger RNA doesn't. Can we say definitively it isn't reverse transcribed into your genome? It doesn't last. The half-life is very quick. It's not around for a long time. These spike proteins, can't we do a study to rule out some of the conspiracy theories about it?
Yeah, and I think the bigger question is, what is the clinical outcome? You can find trace amounts of things of almost anything. Newborn today will have almost 200 synthetic molecules in their umbilical cord, right? These are from the environment. They call them forever molecules. And by the way, we're very interested in environmental health and chemicals in the food supply. It's a big priority in this administration. But yeah, we could benefit from some better studies. I think people think that we at the FDA commission our own studies. We don't. We review applications and we try to make determinations to the best of our ability. And we're trying to get rid of the idle time. Why do we do these studies where we sit around and wait for the clinical endpoints and then submit a gigantic application with manufacturing information? We can use that idle time to review the manufacturing application data before we get the final endpoints, and then get the final endpoints as a supplement and make a decision in a month instead of a year.
But for example, what do you make of like the measles outbreak that's taking place in this country?
Yeah, so I think you were on vacation when I came on last time. We talked about measles for
a long time.
For a long time.
I'll leave it alone.
He gets a
Sorry.
lot of time off. I don't know, but your agent is like a god.
The best way to prevent measles is through vaccination.
There you go. That's
Square
Good
answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
You didn't need to be here for that. Yeah.
Marty, something else you've been focused on is what's happening with kratom and opioids. And what is it that you're cracking down on? You just announced this yesterday. You're going after a synthetic version of it?
Yeah, so look, public health is slow to respond with tobacco and cigarettes, with heroin, cocaine, opioids. We don't want to get caught flat-footed again. There's a product that's a synthetic product in the vape stores that are popping up on every corner in America. And we want to educate people about that product. It's called 7-OH. It has many other names. Sometimes it has the name 7-Omega or 7-metragenine. And it is a synthetic byproduct of the kratom plant. And the compounds of the kratom plant, which by the way is not our focus, but the concentrated synthetic byproduct called 7-OH is an opioid, and it binds to the mu receptor, the opioid receptor, 13 times more potently. And so you can actually walk down to some vape stores in America and buy an opioid, and we are concerned. We're hearing stories of addiction since our announcement yesterday. I got a flood of communications about, gosh, we lost our son to this 7-OH product, so we don't want to get caught flat-footed. We have a
And
huge...
it's for sale now?
It's
all
for
over the
sale,
place?
and oftentimes you just walk in there and buy it. And by the way, 85% of the vape products in these stores are illegal. They're Chinese products. They're banned overseas. So we've got to
Why don't
clean
you
this
shut
up.
them down? Yeah, shut them down altogether.
We're going to have a big action coming out, and so we've released a big report on 7-OH. We want to educate school boards and parents to talk to their kids about it.
Kratom itself is illegal in 33 countries. Why not focus on that as well?
So it's important to distinguish the lexicon here. So the kratom plant, which has been used in teas and other substances for centuries, may have some minimal health concerns, but it's not our focus. It's a synthetic concentrated byproduct that is stronger than oxycodone. That's where we're going to focus, and that's where I think we can distinguish where the real public health harm is. When you go really broad and say, look, everything is your brain on drugs, you're not really appropriately risk stratifying to parents who should know that this 7-OH product can be deadly.
Doctor, this is related. Obviously, it's public health, but the EPA is going to rescind, or moving to rescind this endangerment finding on carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. That basically saying that trace CO2 is not a danger to public health. I mean, you had to connect quite a few dots with some questionable science to get to the point where, I mean, it doesn't cause smog, it's odorless, it's colorless, it's trace, we exhale 10 times the amount. They're going to do this. Is that a danger to public health if the EPA and Lee Zeldin are able to do this, in your view?
You know, to be honest, I don't know enough about that issue.
You're in charge of our public health. Can you look into it for us?
That's really an EPA issue. But look, there's a lot of things where we may just need better research. We have never talked about environmental exposures that may, say, cause cancer. We only talk about the chemo to treat it. I'm not saying it's CO2.
No, there are horrible pollutants in the air, believe me. I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm just saying that not all pollutants are created equal.
Yeah, because we exhale it.
It's absurd, but yeah.
Dr. McCary, I want to thank you very much for joining us again. Dr. Marty McCary is the head of the FDA.
Great to be with you guys.
Thanks, nice to see you. Coming up, New York City Mayor Eric Adams on the investigation, the response to the Midtown office building shootings. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
calm.
Coming Coming up, New York City Mayor Eric Adams is going to join us to talk about the investigation and the response to the Midtown Manhattan office shooting. Squawk Box coming back after this.
Now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Monday's mass shooting in Midtown Manhattan, the deadliest in New York City in 25 years. 4 people were killed. Joining us right now from City Hall is New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mr. Mayor, good morning to you. Before we even just get into this, and there's about 100 questions we have for you, what can you tell us in terms of just the latest, in terms of what you actually know was the motive, if we know the motive, and you think how New Yorkers should be thinking about this?
It is still unfolding, and these investigations are thorough, and the investigators are highly qualified and get into the facts. We sent 2 separate teams to Las Vegas. One of them is specifically looking at the gun that was used and the gun that was in the vehicle. And the second team is conducting a search warrant of the home of the perpetrator. We do know that the gun that was used in the shooting, a part of the gun, the lower part, was given to the perpetrator that carried out the shooting. And so there's many layers and many pieces to the puzzle that these investigators are going to put together. And we want to do timely and accurate information to make sure New Yorkers know what's taking place.
Mr. Mayor, the early indication is that this individual was targeting the NFL, which raises the question, given what we saw last year with the murder of the United Health executive, whether we're coming into this sort of, I don't want to call it a new normal, I hope it is not a new normal, but this idea that people are targeting either companies or executives or the like.
And I think what you are saying is extremely important, and we cannot ignore the role that social media appears to be playing in this. When you start deifying those who commit these violent acts, we saw what happened after the shooting of the healthcare executive. We almost treated the shooter as some form of hero. You don't use violence to address your corporate concerns. There are ways to do that. And we're not 100% sure if the target was the NFL, but we do know, based on the note, the complaints about CTE and other aspects of this investigation, that it appears that it has something to do with football. He never played professional football. He never played college football. So if we allow individuals to use their hatred for a particular corporation to turn into violence, that is not acceptable.
What is your sense of whether office buildings in New York City need to be, quote unquote, hardened in ways that they are not today?
Well, I think they are, and I really must take my hat off to Rudin Management. When I did a walkthrough of the crime scene the night of the shooting, they had several aspects of active shooter training that was put in place. You saw some of the pictures of putting office furniture against the door. They had a safe room on each floor that doubled as bathrooms where you can lock yourself in, bulletproof doors. There were various aspects of stopping elevators from going up to the entire floor. That was really harmed when the security personnel was killed at the desk. But they took various steps to be prepared for moments like this. And I think, based on what they've done, they saved lives. And we meet with corporate security leaders monthly. We have a council roundtable. We share best practices. They have implemented them. And every employer should ensure that their employee, unfortunately, knows about active shooter training.
But when you see a shooter like the images that we've just been showing, literally, effectively walking into the building, open carry like that, it raises the question whether buildings need to have effectively armed security and armed security outside the buildings.
Anytime you have a shooting of this magnitude, you should do a reflection and find out what are the lessons learned. When you have an individual that has the weaponry and the desire to take the lives of innocent people, that is extremely difficult to prevent. You want to terminate the threat as much as possible, and that's what our law enforcement officers did when they did their floor-by-floor search. But when you have a person who traveled across the country with the desire of walking into a building and started shooting the first individuals that he saw. So if you had armed security in front of the building, he would have likely shot them as well. His desire was to kill, and our officers responded and ensured to minimize the harm. The training that took place of active shooter minimized the harm. When you have someone with that level of violence, you have to attempt to terminate that threat as quickly as possible.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to turn this interview into a political one, but I do want to ask you about this, because the clear frontrunner to be the next mayor apparently called for the end of the strategic response group that is part of the NYPD. That is the same group that reported and was on the scene that night to try to end this situation. I want you to tell us about what that group does. They
are the elite of the department, well-trained tactical group to deal with extremely dangerous situation. They are like our highly trained tactical units in the police department that specifically are there to carry out these functions. We are dealing in an environment where there are not only threats of terrorism, but terrorist acts and even lone wolves that will go in and carry out these functions. When you start dismantling the pieces of the law enforcement apparatus that are specifically designed to carry out functions, that is extremely dangerous. And a lack of knowledge and understanding of these roles really can harm law enforcement, even when you talk about not sending police officers to domestic violence incidents, for example. That is one of the most dangerous jobs an officer can go on. And in fact, Officer Morin Rivera was assassinated going on a domestic violence job. There are no routine jobs in the police department. They can turn violent instantly. And so I think it's the wrong decision to do, and we should never endanger public safety in the city. It's not an experiment, it's experience.
Mr. Mayor, we want to thank you for joining us. We want to thank the NYPD and the officer that was lost that evening for his service. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Take care.
You bet.
Coming up, trade talks, merger deals, and more, all with former House Majority Leader and Mullis Vice Chairman Eric Cantor. Squawk Box coming right back.
A lifesaver.
It is just before 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, an 8.8 magnitude earthquake hitting off the coast of Russia, triggering a tsunami warning for Hawaii. That warning has since been downgraded to an advisory. However, the agency warns the strong currents may still occur. Evacuation orders for coastal inundation zones has also been canceled. U.S. and China trade talks in Switzerland wrapping without a deal on potential extension of the current tariff pause that is set to expire on August 12th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling CNBC he felt good about the meeting, though, and we could hear from President Trump as early as today about more on this.
I think our Chinese counterparts have jumped the gun a little and said that we do have an extension. I can say that the meetings were very far-reaching, robust, and highly satisfactory.
Secretary Bessent is pushing for another meeting, possibly in Portugal, and says that the matter falls to President Trump. President Trump just posting on Truth Social about the deadlines other than China. Here's what he has to say. The August 1st deadline is the August 1st deadline. It stands strong and will not be extended. A big day for America. Also, check out shares of Humana. That company reporting earnings of $6.27 a share. That beat estimates of $5.92. Revenue came in at $32.4 billion. That was also above expectations. And Humana is raising its full-year earnings and revenue guidance. It now sees a smaller drop in Medicare Advantage membership. The Street is looking at that right now as potentially the worst that we've seen over the last year. As a result, that stock is up by about 7%.
Our next guest will weigh in on the deal environment, the Fed, and more. Joining us now, Moelis & Company Vice Chairman Eric Cantor. He, of course, a former congressman of Virginia, served as House Majority Leader. You're like a Renaissance man. I could ask you anything. I know that from D.C. to the halls of Wall Street. Let's start with deals. Andrew loves talking about deals, whether they're happening or not. In the Gilded Age, George Russell, and it's like Julian Fellows, it's like Downton Abbey, New York style. He wanted to build a railroad that went from coast to coast and could handle all the ships. It's happening right now. Will it go through? Is it a sign that things are loosening up in terms of regulatory, in terms of what CEOs think about deals?
You know, Joe, I think what we see at Moelis is so much more active dialogue now.
Active dialogue.
Because, listen.
Talk is cheap.
You think about this, though. You think about where we were April 2nd, Liberation Day.
Right.
I mean, strategics really took a step back. And not only strategic, portfolio companies as sponsors, too. Because tariffs meant impact on their operations. So after we experienced that 4 or 5 week sort of lull, we have seen an increase every week in optimism about this deal market. And I think a lot of it does have to do with the absence of Lina Khan and the whole regime in Washington that just took the view that we're going to just end deals. Like, we think bigger is bad, so we're not going to have any. And I think you don't have that now, and you certainly have seen now that the Trump administration, the FTC, DOJ have been much more willing to go and just engage in discussions to mitigate negative impact on competition and let deals go.
But it also, as Andrew's point, Andrew, is that jive with what you're hearing from all your friends in that business? Is it finally loosening up? And it's not just regulatory.
All of a sudden, you hear that everybody is working.
You do.
24/7.
Because it wasn't just regulatory; it was uncertainty from the tariffs, from policy.
Well, they're right. And then over time, we got a little bit more certainty. Now with the trade deals, there's a little bit more certainty as to what that's going to look like. But let's not discount though that the sort of signals coming from Washington.
Right. And if you're willing to pony up a little with PSAs or bribes, you probably can get a deal done.
No, I'm
doing that for you.
In a foreign country.
No,
that's not allowed, by the way. You're saying here too. Well, that's not allowed as well.
The one you ask about Paramount. Yes.
Oh, yes. You can.
I just think
you didn't follow what I was saying when I was tossing you a bone the size of a
the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is over, but it's also a Domestic Corrupt Practices Act as well.
It does appear that personal relationships or playing ball, if you will, with the. Now, I'm not saying this is the first time in history that's the way it's been done.
Right. I was just going to say, you just got to figure out what it is that the regulators want, what the administration wants.
But is it a bad thing, to Andrew's point?
Well, listen. I mean, is human nature bad? I mean,
yes.
Well, no. But here's a question, and I ask it completely seriously. So. Clearly, this last administration was against deals, right? So, and they had a very clear political view about deal making writ large, Lena Khan, all of that, right? So we saw a deal stop
Big is
because
bad.
of a political perspective.
Definitionally, yes.
Right, but that was a philosophical view that could be applied to everybody, right? And we can agree whether that was good or bad. I didn't see them necessarily letting deals through because they knew that the folks who either ran the companies were friends with the president or were a particular former Democrat or a particular benefactor or things like that. And so the question is whether this time is a little different.
Let's not think there wasn't favor given to, if it wasn't
Well, that's my question. Was there?
interest
No, that's what I'm asking.
of interest groups and lobbies and other
Oh, sure. And
organizations
that's what-
that were on the receiving end of
But this is
largesse on the back of these deals.
Well, so, but that's the question, and that's what I'm so curious about. When you think about, so for example, unions were a huge beneficiary of, and were big backers spending money. So I see that. I don't want to dismiss that. I'm not dismissing that at all. My question to you is, do you see what's happening today as the same thing?
He's asking, is the swamp alive and well?
Hey, listen, the swamp is alive and well, for sure. I mean, look, no one is immune to politics. I mean, I think that's the takeaway. Like, you'd like to think that these supposedly independent regulatory bodies like the FTC, now the DOJ is a little bit less, but
the Fed is immune from.
Well, I don't even think the Fed is immune.
That's what I mean. I was going to change the subject and get to that. Because that's our next.
And again, I asked this actually maybe out of ignorance. Are there good examples? Are there good examples in history where the president of the United States has made similar demands of companies to actually make specific payouts
100%
to them and to the administration?
Look at what's going on with the CFPB and a lot of the regulatory direction under Obama carried on into the Biden administration with payouts of groups that were on the ground that would benefit from payments by banks to do XYZ, whatever their mission was. So again, those were political sort of players in the background that were on the receiving end.
But speak more to that, because I think, by the way, if that's the case, we should be talking about it.
Right. No, but I'm saying this goes on all the time.
But in what context? Give me like an example.
So on the like there's the CRA and there's people that benefit from where banks had to go if they wanted to merge. There were all these sort of consumer rights groups and NGOs and nonprofits that would benefit. I mean,
I even think USAID, AID, we saw a lot where a lot of that money ended up. It was not where it was supposed to go at all. Maybe it did a lot of.
Well, and that was also part of Congress's not doing its job in terms of being definitive as to how that money should be spent and leaving that up to.
And the question that I'm asking, I guess, is
quid pro quo.
Well, just if CBS or any of these guys who are going to give, or law offices or others that now have to give this administration particular pro bono services and other things like that, should we think of that as the equivalent?
But was there a problem that exists in the first? Harvard's going to pony up how much now, almost conceding, we
had a problem.
Change. Right. Columbia, twice what Columbia spent. Yeah. Not just picking on Harvard, but because of and I'd say the same thing about CBS. They had to reckon with what they had become.
Right.
But I think had they gone to court, they would have won that case.
Yeah. Well, that's if my grandmother had. She'd be my grandfather.
By the way, Harvard probably would win its case too, but the cost of going through the case.
These are hypotheticals.
Well, but sometimes people say that then they call it extortion, right?
Why don't we just say, look, this politics is not going away. If we have transparency on that, on all of what's going on, then people can make their decision. There was an election. There was an election that occurred. There were certain things that were going on in the colleges and universities. Certain things going on at the border, certain things going on in a lot of different places. That was behind what happened in the election. And as long as this is transparent, I think that's what our country can serve up versus the rest of the world.
Is the president right that rates should be lower, and is the Fed not cutting because of the pressure from the president?
You talk about politics and the Federal Reserve. I mean, I think when the dual mandate occurred, you basically put the Federal Reserve a lot closer to politics. Because you think if they were
because you got to err on one side or the other.
Well, I mean, you think about it, and you just had Mayor Adams on, right? Like, look at the discussion going on in this city as to how to best go about full employment and grow the economy. Mamdani thinks we got to freeze rents in this city to go and have full employment, right? Well, we free market conservatives, we would say something else, that you absolutely shouldn't do that because that's going to go end up hurting the people you want. So naturally, if you're going to have a Fed in this discussion, it's going to
Well, what do you think?
Look, I think if you look at where the labor market is right now,
solid.
It's full employment, right? So, okay, if you look at where inflation is right now, it's getting down to where, they say we should be at. Now, people think because of the tariffs or something else, and Trump has proven a lot of these naysayers wrong, you have to say, on tariffs. And are they going to be anti-growth? Is this tax of a tariff going to cause an economic slowdown, and you ought to get ahead of it? That would be the only reason why you should go ahead and lower rates right now. But otherwise, look at the equity markets. Do we need to lower rates? So,
You think that was a good deal with the EU?
look, I think there's a lot of sort of reporting that's going on now as to what the deal really was. And all I know is if you look at the car situation and our domestics here, there needs to be some work done with Canada and Mexico, because if EU and Japan now can get into this country with 15% tariff, but yet a lot of the manufacturing that's not USMCA compliant on parts, they're going to be at 25%. That's not good for our domestic.
So you think other people are going to come to the table now? Does this?
You got to hand the administration credit. I mean, he's put out this deadline, and President Trump has said this.
We'd rather not, if at all possible, around here. No.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand where I sit.
Exactly.
But you do. I mean, you really have to give him credit for getting out there, and whether you agree with tariffs or not, has said we're going to try and do something to rebalance the trade situation.
Right.
And look, I don't think that tariffs are pro-growth. I mean, and I think the benefits of these tariffs to reindustrialize our country is going to take a while.
So you don't think it's pro-growth because you think it's a tax? That
I think ultimately, yeah. I mean, it's going to be an increased cost on consumers, or you're going to see margin compression. That's the other place.
Someone did make a point. It's true. If you tax something, you get less of it. But then Jan Niffen wrote in.
Right.
But if it's imports that you want to get less of, then it might long term be something positive.
I don't disagree with that. But short term, where's the alternative? It is in the more expensive domestic.
And my other question is: do you believe that there will be now a sort of tsunami, a wave of exports by American manufacturers? Meaning, do you all of a sudden think that GM and Ford are going to start killing it in Germany?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that, again, is not immediate. What's immediate with the tariffs are the receipts, right? I mean, there's going to be hundreds of billions of dollars that come into our country. He is correct about that. Right. Now, it will take time will tell whether we're really going to be able to see our companies penetrate these foreign markets and whether the non-tariff trade barriers are really gone.
See, this was hard for you. It was like sitting in front of a subcommittee getting grilled or something, wasn't it? You all right? You had to answer everything.
I'm good.
PTSD from this time.
I'm good. That is one thing in that business for 25 years. You get things.
This is much easier. All right. Eric, elections have consequences. Did he call you Eric? Yeah. Thanks.
on and make it count.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Take a look right now. You see the futures are still in the green. We're talking about some pretty modest advances today after some moderate declines yesterday. The Dow futures are up by about 13, S&P up by 7, the NASDAQ up by 45. ADP private payroll data is out. Steve Leisman joins us from Washington this morning with those numbers. Hi, Steve.
Morning, Becky. Yeah, beat on the ADP number here. 104,000 versus a 64,000 estimate, and reversing the negative number from last month. I'll talk about the revision in a second, but the goods sector doing what it's been doing, about plus 31,000. Service sector, 74,000. And there's the non-farm payroll estimate. Remember, ADP is only estimating private payrolls and not really even trying to mimic the BLS, just doing its own thing and saying, here's what our data show about national job growth. June was revised to minus 23 from the original minus 33. Small business back in the game here, plus 12,000, had been down the prior 2 month. Medium and large business both at 46,000. By industry, well, there's leisure and hospitality again, plus 46,000. Financial activities, plus 28. Trade, transportation, and utilities up 18,000. Construction, part of that goods producing number that we told you. And the weird number here, the education and health services down by 38,000. That has been a perennial source of job growth. Looking at wage gains, job stayers remaining unchanged, plus 4.4%. But if you change jobs, you get a 7% raise. That's up 0.2 from the prior month. ADP chief economist Neil Richardson writing in the report, our hiring and pay data are broadly indicative of a healthy economy. Employers have grown more optimistic that consumers will remain resilient. Beck, I can tell you from our CFO council meeting that we do every Monday before or Tuesday before the Fed meeting, similar commentary from the CFOs about the resilient consumer. You saw a little bump up in confidence the other day, although jobs being hard to get did increase a little bit, Becky.
Steve, this is all a precursor to the jobs report we get on Friday. What's the estimate for that right now? Do you know?
Straight up at 100,000. So, pretty decent number. I think there's a tick up seen in the unemployment rate, so still pretty low. I have to warn people that the last several months, ADP has been off in a pretty big way, about a 92,000 average absolute miss on ADP. But over the course of a year, it's right in line. So they get there. How do they get there? Actually, the BLS revises much more than ADP. So I think it's hard to make a bet on tomorrow's or Friday's number based on ADP. But over time, I think the ADP does a fine job of telling us where the job market is at least the private sector. And you need an asterisk on that right now, because as you know, the president has been reducing the federal employment, and so that's going to show up in a way. So we'll have to kind of parse those numbers and say what the private sector is doing, and here's what the government sector is doing.
Perfect. Steve, thank you.
Pleasure.
Meantime, President Trump just posting about India. He said that while India is our friend, we've done relatively little business with them because their tariffs are far too high and they have high non-monetary trade barriers. He also blasted India for buying military equipment from Russia and buying Russian energy. As a result, President Trump saying India will be paying a tariff of 25% as well as a penalty beginning August 1st. If you recall, early on during these negotiations, it seemed like India might be one of the first to come to the table. Clearly, that's not the case. And the question now is this an indication that the talks are going south? Is he trying to pull them back to the table? What is this?
Yesterday, he said 20 to 25% on Air Force One. India had clearly been hoping for no more than 19%, which is the highest we've seen to this point.
This looks like he's putting pressure on them to let's get going, because we were, time flies. It was like a month ago. India was supposed to happen like tomorrow.
Right.
I think. Remember, it was supposed to happen like Wednesday.
Yeah.
Never did. Palo Alto Networks acquiring Israeli cybersecurity provider CyberArk software for $25 billion in cash and stock. It's a 26% premium to the price before CyberArk stock jumped on deal rumors yesterday. The CEOs of both companies will be on Squawk on the Street in the next hour. Up next, Starbucks. Same-store sales falling for a sixth straight quarter. Its CEO Brian Niccol tries to execute a turnaround. We'll talk about that quarter next. Then, second quarter advanced GDP data. Market reaction as well. All this ahead of today's Fed decision. The numbers coming straight ahead. We're coming right back.
welcome back to Squawk Box. Starbucks' CEO Brian Nichols saying the coffee chain's turnaround is, quote, ahead of schedule, despite the company reporting its sixth straight quarter of declining same-store sales. Joining us right now with more on the quarter is Brian Harbour, who's U.S. restaurants analyst at Morgan Stanley. Good morning to you. We're looking at the stock now, about 98 bucks. Is this ahead of schedule in your mind?
Well, look, I think there's no denying that the numbers are still tough here, but what suggests that it's ahead of schedule? You have a CEO who's very good at testing things. He's accelerating the rollout of this new operating model. I think that suggests that what they've seen in the test scores is very positive. So they're pushing very aggressively with that. We do expect it to drive the next year, drive substantial improvement next year.
One of the things that they do plan to do is effectively shutter the mobile-only operations that they had created around the country. What do you think that's going to do for the business, and how much do you think that was taking away from the store, the stores that we know, and whatever that experience is?
That's a very small cohort of stores, but what they're telling you is that the in-store experience at Starbucks is still very important. Brian Nichols certainly has the view that that's what differentiated Starbucks, and they got away from it. So he's saying that's sort of inconsistent with what makes them unique, and so that's not going to be the model going forward. You're going to focus on that in-store experience alongside of course, mobile order and drive-through are very important for them, right?
What do you think this stock should be worth 12 months out?
Well, look, we have a price target of $103, right? I would point to our bull case, which is up in the 130s, and I think that if things really work out over the next year on the top line, I think this is a business that certainly has a history of very good profit flow through. I would point to that as perhaps the more optimistic case if things get going. Also, the company is being very heavily incentivized to reduce costs. I think the cost base has gotten too bloated in the past, and so if they deliver on that over the next year or two, I think that does represent quite a bit of upside to earnings.
How should we think about the emergence of Luckin and its emergence here in the U.S.?
Well, what's interesting about Luckin, you only have a couple of stores open so far in New York, right? What's interesting about it is that is primarily a mobile pickup-based concept, right? It's distinct from Starbucks, which is telling you sort of coming into stores, that employee connection is still important. Luckin doesn't necessarily have that, right? So I think our view would be that that isn't a broader threat to Starbucks. Do they establish somewhat of a foothold in major cities? But I don't view that as a broader threat the way it has been in China, for example. I think that's certainly been the case, right?
Which then brings us to the China piece. Long term, what do you think the answer is? What's the unlock for Starbucks in China?
Most restaurants do run a franchise or a license model in China with local ownership, sort of people who know the local market very well. I think the brand is still very well respected in China, but the company is suggesting that they bring in a new majority partner. I think that is the most likely outcome. And I think you'll have someone that very much believes in the future of the brand, as do we. But that model, I think, is just preferred. That's what Yum Brands does. That's what McDonald's does. That's what all the others do.
Brian, I want to thank you. And we should tell you another Brian, this one, the guy who runs the place, Brian Nichols, is going to join the gang on Squawk on the Street. You can hear more about his own answers to these questions then.
Up next, a read on U.S. economic growth. Second quarter advanced GDP data will be released. Ahead of that, you can see the futures are a little higher this morning. Dow futures up by 40. Same story with the NASDAQ. S&P futures up by close to 10. Squawk Box will be right back.
it done.
All right, we're just a few seconds away from that advanced second quarter GDP number. Futures are higher ahead of that, with the Dow futures up by about 25 points, S&P futures up by 7, the NASDAQ indicated up by just over 40 points. Rick Santelli is standing by at the CME in Chicago. And Rick, take it away.
Yes, these are the advanced, of course, so they will be modified, but we are expecting a number around 2.5%. Last quarter, you do realize, was down 0.5%. That was the weakest quarter since first quarter of 22, and they're out up 3%, up 3%. Better than expected. That would be the highest level since the third quarter of 24, when it was up 3.1%. On the consumption side, up 1.4, very close to estimates. Up 1.4 would be the best since the last quarter of 24. And I do want to point out, if you look at the consumption numbers for last quarter, up 0.5%, that is really weak. As a matter of fact, that goes in comps to the worst, darkest days of COVID when it was down 30%. However, I wanted to know, outside of COVID, when was the last time we saw consumption that low? You're going back to June of 2011, just as a footnote. On the pricing index side, less than expected. We're looking for a number over 2%. This number is at 2%. 2% will be the lowest pricing index number read going back to the third quarter of 24 when it was 1.9%. And finally, the core personal consumption expenditure price index, that's a quarter over quarter number, expected to be around 2.3, comes in a little heavy. This one's a little heavy at 2.5. 2.5 would be the highest since the last quarter of 24 when it was 2.6. So very good news all in all, especially considering that Liberation, April 2nd, falls in this quarter, and it was definitely better than expected. Now, does that mean there can't be some payback in the quarters ahead? Possibly, but nobody ever knows what the quarters ahead are. That's called risk. Risk is in the markets no matter what. Uncertainty may be higher, but risk is always present. Interest rates have moved up a little bit. So we're up about 1.5 basis points on a 10. We're up 2 basis points on a 2-year as we await the Fed meeting and the quarterly funding announcement, which may be moving the markets more. And I don't have insight into those numbers, but I'm sure a great panel at CNBC will. Joe, Becky, back to you.
Thank you. And Rick, just when you say...
And I'm chopped liver. You're John, and I'm not here.
Rick's so excited about the numbers.
Yeah, clearly. Get back to it. Hey, Rick, very quickly, when you say payback in the quarters to come, you mean that stuff was pulled forward to get ahead of some of the tariffs?
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's no doubt that there was some pull forward, and pull forward in this instance might show up as more growth. However, that really doesn't mean that there aren't other factors at work under the hood. But 3%, no matter how you slice it, is better than anyone was anticipating.
And Rick, we had that one number, and Leisman can speak to it, because we knew that it was an outlier, but it was, what was the number? It was a horrible number. It was seized upon by the left and people that don't like the president and don't want things to work. And like Senator Elizabeth Warren will come on and say, inflation's out of control and the economy is getting killed by what's happening by these tariffs. This 3% with the market at new highs, and really we haven't seen inflation go up back to 3%. Maybe it will this week, maybe we'll see it. But none of these horrible things have happened, but they still talk like it's happening. It's amazing.
Well, there's an important lesson there. Don't pick a congressman to be your money manager. That's what I would say. But in the end, Congress has their own reasons to point out certain things. And the Democrats, of course, as you pointed out, really don't want to see the current administration have some success. But there's no doubt that this is some success. We're seeing more horsepower. We're seeing better equities. Inflation really hasn't changed much in the last year or so. This last mile's getting tough to get it down to 2%, but it hasn't really moved up or down in any extreme fashion. We've seen some wobbles in the month-over-month data, but that's absolutely normal. I agree with you, Joe, and that is the reason is that you have to do independent thinking to some extent, viewers. There's professionals to help you, but in the end, and in April, not many managers were coming on our show, Joe, recommending going long the equity markets. I was one of the few people, I remember saying it on this show, I remember saying it on Fast Money at Night, that when you have so few people that want to put their toe in the water, that's when you're supposed to really start paying attention to taking the other side of the card.
We got one coming up, actually, that I remember things, Alicia, we'll get to you in a second, but...
First, we've got some news that's just out from Treasury. This is that news we've been waiting for on quarterly borrowing. Megan Casella joins us right now. She's got more on that. Hi, Megan.
Hey, Becky, so these are the Treasury's refunding plans for the coming quarters. They are planning once again to auction off $125 billion in securities. So there are no surprises in this release for the bond market. That should come as welcome news, even though we are seeing yields moving higher this morning. Treasury says it's holding auction sizes steady and saying once again they expect to continue to do so for at least the next several quarters. So repeating that guidance. They'll be refunding about $90 billion, raising about $35 billion in new cash. Now there is one new piece here, which Treasury notes it has been increasing bill issuance since the debt limit was increased last month to rebuild its cash reserves. It says those reserves should be back to normal levels by September, but also says that it anticipates further marginal increases in bill auction sizes in the coming days, then holding those sizes steady through September and increasing them once again in October. So leaning on front-end issuance as sort of had been expected to fund the government in the near term. Now, Wall Street analysts already expect plenty of demand for bills, but Treasury's borrowing committee today did highlight they believe the new stablecoin legislation, that's the Genius Act, could also increase that demand for bills even further. So something to monitor in the market moving forward, guys.
Okay, Megan, thank you very much. Again, Megan talking about that $25 billion in 30-year notes in quarterly refunding and the bills that we can expect too. All right, let's get over to Steve Leisman. He joins us right now with his reaction to all of this. Steve, you want to start with the GDP or you want to start with what the Treasury is planning to sell?
Well, I think the key to the Treasury, and I think Megan has it exactly right, it's not how much they're selling, it's are they selling what the market anticipates they'll be selling. And what this report that Megan just gave us shows is that the Treasury is working with the markets to not surprise them. That's really the key, and I'm imagining Rick would agree with me, believe it or not, on that issue. Over time, the amount of debt has an impact, but on a quarterly basis, are they surprising the market? The prior administration got in a little trouble with that and messed up. The key here to the GDP report is essentially the trade numbers. And Becky, you asked about the front running. We have numbers for that. So in the first quarter, the front running created a surge in imports, which took off, I'm not making this number up, 4.6 percentage points from GDP. In this quarter, the end of that, in other words, the leveling out of inventories, trade, added 5 percentage points to GDP. So how do you make sense of this? Well, the first thing you might do is you might average the first and the second quarter, and you come up with something around 1 or 1.2%. The other thing to look at is to look at private domestic demand, and I'm just going to give you that in a second here. It was about 1.4% was the number that I saw. And that's the number that essentially economists are going to look at. They're going to say, look, GDP's okay. It's a little bit weak relative to how it's been looking at that number. But we need to have essentially the tiebreaker here, which is the third quarter, to understand just how strong or how weak the economy is. You had a fall off in investment as well this quarter. Consumer spending was okay. I'll get you that number in a second here.
Up 1.4%.
Personal consumption was 1.4%, correct. And that's better than the 0.5 we had, but not in the 2s to 4s that we had prior in last year. Gross private domestic investment down 15% after surging 24%. I think there was some front running inside of that. So kind of confusing here. I guess I would just push back a little bit on what Joe and Rick were talking about. The scary numbers from the economists came from the reciprocal tariffs. The extent to which some other reporting or media might have continued that once that rolled off, that's up to them. But from an economics point of view, the thing that freaked out the economics world were the reciprocal tariffs. And then those things the president backed off of that And so essentially, the worst case scenarios have been backed off. We'll point out we had been at a 10% average expected tariff rate. That is now moving to 15%. So there's some tweaking on the downside for GDP and on the upside for prices because of that move from 10 to 15%. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I would just say, Steve, that the administration is going to tout these numbers and not give any of the caveats that you just gave. And somehow that last number that was so bad, the one you just mentioned that was affected by the rise in imports, they somehow were able actually to get the narrative out that this was a one-off and it was because of the import and not to worry.
Perhaps, Joe, that's because of good economics reporters who have been saying those things.
Partially. You know what, though, guys? The issue here isn't about reciprocal tariffs. The issue is assimilating all of that new information into a market strategy. And in that, many money managers failed miserably. I'm sorry.
Well,
so
Rick, can I push back a little bit on that?
I just said I agree.
But that's his negotiating issue.
I agree.
He was negotiating. And so there was a misunderstanding there that cost many people a lot of money.
So, Rick, here's the thing. What you're talking about here is that the average investor had to make not only an economic conclusion, but a political conclusion about President Trump. Some of us, I probably am one of them, failed to understand the politics of it. But if you sit there and you say...
Those are the bad money managers. We got one sitting here saying you're totally wrong.
I agree. But let me ask you this question. What happens to these reciprocal tariffs if the market doesn't tank the way it did?
We got a good one here. That's what the bad one said.
But the market tanked, and that's what caused the president to change his policies. So without that tanking, I don't know
he was
where we
always
are.
negotiating, or is always negotiating.
The point is that historically the president does do that. He does do a beeline to an area that the market respects. That's the history of how he relates to the market.
Okay, so is that seriously or literally?
Money managers weren't good there. What?
Is that seriously or literally?
Pick this all you want. The issue is wrong is wrong, okay? And when the dark days of April were showing 1,200 point down in the Dow, that's when people were supposed to buy.
So
and
you can justify
if you have a long runway, you need to be a buyer here.
And you can
remember, and that's right, not the wrong advice that was given by most money managers.
You can justify why you were wrong. You can justify why you were wrong, but you're still sitting there down with other people got 30% return and you got nothing. You're holding something else in your hand. Yeah.
Alicia Levine is here. She's the head of investment strategy and equities at BNY.
And she was right.
By the way, she was right. Joe rarely hands out props, and he has props to hand out to Alicia.
I'm just going to take a moment for a second. Thank you. Look, this is not so much about economics, but what do markets do? Like, what do we know about markets? And for us, we're just looking at what happens if the market drops about 20%. What are your forward returns, regardless of the reason? Because the market has actually dropped 20% or more 5 times going back to 2016. That's 5 times in 9 years.
Every time
was a buying opportunity. And by the way, each time it kind of felt like the end of the world. Like if COVID didn't feel like...
You don't get down 20% if you're not looking at something where people are
Exactly. It's because it's always something terrible going on that could cause a recession or something else. And we are wealth managers. Our clients are in it to build wealth and for the long term. And so the question we ask is, well, if the market's down 20%, what are your forward returns? And it turns out 18% over the forward 12 months, because you don't know if it's going down 30 or 40.
Right.
So we do the forward 12 month, and then 36% over the forward 24 months over history. And we were pounding the table, and the VIX is over 40. It's almost always a buying opportunity. And when sentiment is so terrible, it's also a buying opportunity. So all the indicators were rock bottom. Everybody's pulling their hair out of the head, the worst policies. But the market is always an opportunity when you get to that place where everyone is hiding under the bed.
The reason that kudos are so far and few between is because we have 9 guests that are wrong that come on, and I remember they're wrong. We have someone who's right,
and
so it's going to be 10% of the time.
Okay, well here's the next step though. You now say nobody trusts this market as we head into the weakest part of the year, and we have come back an awfully long way.
Right, it's remarkable.
And then some.
We're up about 26% since April 8th. And, we were just talking off air that essentially the market priced out the worst case scenario starting April 9th. That's when the market stopped caring about tariffs, because it understood that the tariff level is going lower, that it's negotiating, that all these deadlines are artificial, and it will get to a point that's going to be better, whatever it is. So where are we today? We're at a place where tariffs are about $370 billion. Now, that's less than the $650 that it was April 2nd, but it's something. And so what do we need to look at? We need to see earnings. Like, are the companies eating the tariffs? Who's paying the tariffs? Are they? We don't know yet. It's clear that it is the case for some retail. We know that. The story for the market has been ever increasing margins driven by large cap tech.
So you would actually like to see them pass on the tariffs to the consumer because you'd rather the companies maintain their margins.
Look, the equity
as a stock owner.
As a stock owner, the equity market's very different from the bond market. The equity market can handle inflation going up to 3% because earnings are nominal.
Right.
And so the market is nominal. Fixed income then becomes obviously more interesting. If you're going to a world where inflation's 2.4 to 2.9, that's something very different. The equity market can handle it even if there's some wobble in the bond market. So the question is, who's paying it? We'd like to see other countries pay it, but I don't think that's what's really happening. And so what we're going to see in the next couple of quarters is what's happening with margins and who's paying for it.
Perfect.
So
not as excited as you were before. Well, you were looking at markets that were much lower.
So we also did a study. What happens when you invest at all-time highs? Because our clients say, all-time highs, should I sell? Why would you sell? Your forward returns, if you invest on any random all-time high day, are actually higher than any other day.
So don't sell.
Don't sell.
Don't sell. She's okay.
Don't sell.
Everybody who's invested at all-time highs is up.
Is up.
Just learned an all-time high.
Correct.
Again, right.
Correct.
Kidneys.
Alicia Levine, thank you. Rick, Steve, thank you guys. Squawk Box will be back after a quick break.
starts now.
President Trump, as we brought up the Truth Social post, but we didn't get really to talk about it. Second quarter GDP just out 3%, way better than expected. Too late, he's talking about Jay Powell, must now lower the rate. There's no inflation, let people buy and refinance their homes. Join us now. Another real estate guy, in addition to President Trump, Richard Lefrak of the Lefrak Organization and CEO. Sometimes we said, Richard, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
We
It's nice
said
to be back.
not only do all presidents like lower interest rates, and they're always job owning, the Fed, but you put a real estate guy in as president, and what you're going to...
We all love it. Come on, we're addicted to that, those low interest rates.
Can you make a logical case, given where the economy is, the way you see it right now, do you think rates should be lower from Jay Powell?
Do I think rates should be lower? Yes, I think rates should be lower.
You think he should cut rates?
Well, because we know that the inflation is under control for the time being. You know, if the rationale for high rates is inflation, then there's a case to be made for the fact that there's no inflation.
We've been waiting for inflation to get bad based on the tariffs. Every time we get a number coming, we've got another one coming this week, and we're again expecting it to be
We were
bad.
also waiting for a recession. What happened to that?
But, so you don't think, why aren't the tariffs causing at least some cost increases, whether it's not, maybe it's not inflation, but you would think that we'd see...
It's one of the great mysteries of the world, since all the academics have predicted that prices would go up as a result of these tariffs, but they kind of haven't, and so we're all waiting for the shoe to drop, but maybe it's not going to drop.
How many apartments you got in New York City? Last count.
A lot.
I always like asking you that because
I know you like asking me that.
I
but
do, because I'm jealous, and I think it just that
the answer is always the same. I'm a
isn't it
private.
100? It's like
It's enough.
Okay, there's a place called Lefrak City in the city with okay. So I mean, we can ask you about whether shelter costs as a component to inflation have come down. Have they?
Well, actually, except for New York City, in many places in the country, rents are down. Where there's a lot of overbuilding. For example, in the southeast and the southwest, rents are either flat or down in many places because there's been a eruption of supply that occurred when interest rates were low and there was a lot of building, and that created the environment for new construction, and new construction created new supply.
Does that explain part of the reason that inflation hasn't gone up from the tariffs? That there are other parts of the...
That's a more complicated question than I can...
You can't... You don't
I'm
know
not
why.
a microeconomist.
Inflation
I'm just a damn bricklayer.
Okay. Is the economy in a position where you think that it would need a rate cut to keep going, or the stock market?
No, I don't.
Then why cut?
Why not? Why not? I think it would help development business because that's one area where interest rate sensitivity is very high.
In terms of short-term interest rates, the question is what's going to do to mortgages? I mean, that's the other thing we all think all they can really do is futz with the...
Right, they can only play with the short rate.
Right.
They can only play with the short rate. They can't. They're like...
just saying, this whole idea that you're going to somehow change the long-term outcome or the...
That's not an expression you'd hear outside of New York.
Can you tell someone to futz off?
I didn't say that.
No,
I
but
said
could you?
You can play with. Play with is what that word suggests.
Anyway, it would be helpful to increase the supply of housing for interest rates to go down, because that's a cost of a consumer that's very sensitive, that the consumer is sensitive to. It's like gasoline. They pay their mortgage every day, they pay their rent every month.
But fair to say it's still a questionable call. You could come down on either side of that
You could
line.
come down on either side, and I guess that's what's happening with the Fed, that they're just kind of hanging out.
How long you known this guy in the White House? 30 years? 40? What's wrong? You can answer.
Over 60.
So the only reason I'm asking you is, did you know that some of this stuff was not, there's sometimes there's planned chaos. Did you see a method to the madness all along?
He's always, operated like that. Throw the hand grenade in the room, see what's going to happen. I mean, that's kind of one.
Were you always optimistic about the end result of a lot of what's been going on?
You mean what's happening right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Tariffs?
Yes, I think, you know what, I think all the hysteria about, his methods, you just have to know who he is to know that he's a negotiator and he's gonna start at a high point and then try to make the best deal he can. And he's smart about it, and I admire his style.
Okay, I figure you could say that. 60 years.
60 plus.
60 plus years, which is pretty amazing. So at this point, Richard, what are you doing with your business, which owns a lot?
Well, what am I doing?
Where are you developing? How's your Miami property?
Right now I'm developing actively in two places. One is Jersey City, where I built a giant complex that's, I think we have 20,000 people living there now. And I have a big project in Miami called Solamia, which is comparable to that it's underway now. I think it will eventually have 5,000 apartments there. And also, a whole, small, big.
What do you make of what's happening in this city and the politics of where it's going? What that might
Well,
mean for your business?
it's very terrifying, to be honest with you, because it's the center of capitalism, and we're talking about having a socialist mayor here. I mean, they have one in London. Right. They have had one, I guess, in Paris.
If I said to you, you're in charge of finding a way to make it more affordable to live in New York City, and when it comes to rent and the like, you would want to increase supply somehow.
Yes,
I would imagine.
Right. You would.
So the question is, what kind of regulations would need to either change? What kind of incentives would need to be put in? What could you?
Well, there's two.
If I said you have 5 years to genuinely do this.
There's two things that you could do. One thing you could do immediately, which is to unlock the 40 or 50,000 apartments that are stuck in rent stabilization that owners are basically mothballed. That's a little too local idea.
And if you did that, rents would go down?
More affordable apartments would be in the market immediately. The other thing is, and everybody's Mr. AI is going to do this and Mr. AI is going to do that. But one thing Mr. AI probably can do is, speed the construction process a little bit by, for example, have you ever tried to get a set of plans approved at a local building department? That's like a 6-month holiday of frustration. Well, AI should be able to sort that out. It's digital information with a digital matrix.
Make the process cheaper and faster.
Cheaper and faster. And all those soft costs, they do add up, so that would be helpful. But finally, what the biggest problem has been is that productivity in construction has not been as fast as the wage increases. And I'm not blaming labor for that, because they're supposed to be getting the most they can. It's just that we've never had technology in construction. You're building these buildings almost the same way as they did 50, 60 years ago. Think about it. It's a lot of...
That's hard to imagine.
But it's hands. It's a lot of hands that build these buildings.
That's a broader problem than the city. That's the whole
country.
Yeah,
that's the whole country. That's country in the world. So why has not technology invaded that space when it's invaded almost every other space?
Is there any way someone other than Mamdani becomes mayor of New York City, in your view?
Oh, I'm not a political scientist, but you've got to, one of these guys has to drop out.
Which one?
All of the above. I'm not going to say. I mean, I saw you had Mayor Adams on. I think he's been doing a pretty decent job. Cuomo has some, experiences in government. I'm not going to say which one should drop out. That would be, a mistake.
I know.
But
we've seen this.
But I guess the word politician starts with the letter I.
Right.
There is an I in there.
Yes, but it's the first letter for many of these people, because they're not.
Do you think the end result is that one of them does drop out and that the other one could win, or do you think that we are?
Remember Johnny Carson had Karnak?
Karnak.
I can't.
But you wouldn't bet your life that Mamdani is not mayor, would you?
No, I would not. I would. So right now, I'd say it's a better than 50% chance that he is. And I hope that he uses some common sense. I mean, it doesn't seem like a silly man.
Given the shooting that happened earlier this week? What do you think about security in the city? What do you think about security of
Well, there's going to be a
commercial
lot,
buildings?
a lot of the commercial tenants are going to demand more, hardening of the lobby. I heard now they're going to want to put up, between the concierge or the doorman and the bulletproof glass, and to try to keep people out. There'll be a protocol that people follow. It'll emerge, but it's of course it's a tragic thing. And by the way, I'd like to send my condolences and sympathies to the NYPD, the family, the people at Rudin, people at Blackstone. They're all friends of ours.
We are out of time, Richard. Thank you. We appreciate it. We echo those sentiments. Thank you.
Good to be back. Good
to have you.
all.
Squawk on the Street's up right now.
Good morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber. He is Jim Cramer. At Post 9 here, we are both, of course, the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has a morning off. Take a look at stock futures. They are up ahead of the Fed's decision later this afternoon, actually, early afternoon. GDP, by the way, returns to 3% growth in the second quarter after it contracted in the first quarter of the year. We got a lot of big guests on tap for you this morning. With the CEOs of Palo Alto and CyberArk joining us, talking about their just announced $25 billion cash and stock deal in which Palo Alto is buying CyberArk. And up first, we're going to have the CEO of Starbucks. And Jim, let's just get right to it.
Yeah, right to it, because the stock was down bad when it was reported. And then the man worked his magic on the conference call, Brian Nichol. Brian, it is so great to have you on the show. And I want to start, I'm a student of yours. And the one thing I know is you never say something's ahead of expectations unless it is. So I'm going to ask you how that happened.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Look, we had a really great couple months as we worked hard on the foundational elements of the business, specifically the operating side of it. And you heard us talk about how we're really excited to be rolling out the Green Apron service model. And, we really picked up momentum in our pilot across our 1,500 stores right around the time we had our leadership experience, where we brought in all 14,000 store managers. And I think as we better explained what the program was going to look like, I got to tell you, our partners really left there energized, believing in the mission and values of Starbucks again, and then also really excited about getting back to being a great customer service company. And that's really what the Green Apron service model is all about. And that's what we saw kind of kick into gear in our pilots, and which gave us the confidence to say, we're not just going to roll this out to another 1,000 or 2,000 stores. We're going to put it across the entire system. And we're really excited to get that going in the middle of August. And as we roll this out, we think customers are going to love it. We know our partners are energized to bring that experience forward.
All right, so Brian, it's obvious Green Apron is working. What kind of lift do you think it could give you, and what exactly is driving the lift?
Yeah, so you've heard us talk about this right as I started in this job about 10 months ago. We wanted to get back to winning the morning day part, and then we wanted to make sure we were staffed correctly throughout the balance of the day. So what you'll see with the Green Apron service model is we're reducing the number of hours where we have minimum staffing, and then we're making sure that we have the right number of partners in the right position at the right times. So specifically during peak, that means you're going to see more Green Apron partners. You're going to see, in the case of a drive-through, you're going to see a dedicated person at the drive-through window. If it's a cafe with a big mobile order business, you might see a person that is, we're calling a play caller, standing in position, being almost like a digital host, so that we can keep order to our mobile order business. And then behind the scenes, what's happening is we've got technology that we're calling the Smart Queue, which ensures we sequence the orders correctly so that we can deliver on cafe orders in less than 4 minutes, the drive-through under 4 minutes, and then obviously we want mobile orders to be on time and accurate. So I think what you'll see is nice improvements in the morning day part, and then the balance of the day, what we've seen is we've also seen transaction gains there.
Yeah, Brian, when you took over, there were a lot of people who felt that China was some sort of like gaping chest wound or something, that China was going to hurt you, bring it down. I don't know, from what I can see right now, it looks like the China may be actually additive and positive.
Yeah, I'm really proud of the work that team has done. I've had the opportunity to get over there, have a couple of visits with the team, and I think one of the things we've learned how to much better do is compete in a market with new competitors. And The team's done a great job of figuring out how to do more innovation, bring more cultural relevance through our marketing, and then also be smart about the pricing architecture that we need to use to be competitive. You know, we're always going to be a premium coffee company, but the good news is we've got diversity in our menu that allows us to compete on different beverages and different food. And then obviously we have a cafe experience that a lot of people just do not have.
Brian, if I could follow up on that, it's David. Luckin Coffee obviously opened a couple of stores here in New York City, but they are a real competitor in China. And how do you view that then? It's still a growth market for you, given the competition you're facing from, as you just mentioned, some of the domestic companies?
Yeah, look, I think what we've seen is there's an opportunity to have tens of thousands more stores. And one thing that's been interesting as we've gone through this process of finding the right partner potentially for our China business is there are a lot of people that share our point of view. It's a great brand, high regard in China, with tremendous opportunity to grow new stores and then also grow organically within the existing stores that we have. And so you saw that in the most recent quarter with comps up 2%, driven by 6 points of transaction growth. So tremendous opportunity. Obviously, we've had to learn how to compete differently. You know, we pretty much created the coffee category in China, and now we have to figure out how we compete and continue to grow that category. As I think about the U.S. business, our big point of difference in the U.S. business is that cafe experience. Obviously, we're going to need to continue to get great access for mobile order, drive-through, and then obviously the in-cafe experience. But what we've seen is when we give people that customer service experience, that connection between the barista and customer, we are rewarded with more business and more, I would say, like brand esteem.
Yeah. In fiscal 19, this company, obviously you were nowhere near it at that point, had a total company operating margin, I think it was roughly 17%. Obviously, It's down sharply in the years that followed. Is that a guidepost for those who are believers in the turnaround in terms of something you think you can get back to in a reasonable amount of time?
Yeah, absolutely. I really do believe we can get back to that type of financial performance. And, I'm an optimistic person. I hope I can exceed it with the growth that I believe is available in this business. Obviously, we're going to take a twofold approach. Which is we want to invest in the business correctly so that we can capture the growth that we think is in front of us. And then we have some work to do, frankly, on our cost structure as we build back a better business. And that's really been kind of my belief is as we're doing this back to Starbucks strategy, we want to build back then ultimately a better Starbucks. And what I mean by a better Starbucks is financially, and then obviously for the customer and our partner, the experiences that they both have with the Starbucks business. I think if we do that, I think those 19 financial numbers you mentioned are well within our reach and hopefully something we can exceed.
All right, so Brian, the numbers come out last night and they're part of the turnaround, and people looked at them and they sell the stock, then they don't know what's going on. You got an analyst meeting coming up early in next year. Are we going to start seeing the kind of numbers that I'm used to, which is numbers that blow away these moronic street expectations?
Well, look, Jim, here's what I would tell you is I do believe in our strategy. I do believe in the innovation that we've got coming. And when you look at the Green Apron service model setting this strong operating foundation, and then you look at the innovation that we're bringing, whether it's the protein platform we'll be doing later this year, followed by, some new innovation with flavors, customizable energy. We're going to be doing a new bake case. We've got a new rewards program coming. We've got an update to the app. I get really energized by what is about to happen for this business and this brand and for our customers. And at the foundation of it, though, it really does rely on our partners executing with excellence this Green Apron service model. And my experience, I've had the opportunity to work on a couple different businesses, and my experience is when you get the operations foundation really strong and you then start bringing in innovation that's relevant for customers and can be executed by, in this case, our partners, good things really start to happen both on the comp and on the bottom line.
All right, one last question, Brian. People may not remember the turnaround, legendary turnaround that you orchestrated at Chipotle. Where are you versus Chipotle? I know that's tough, comparisons are odious, but what a turn that was. You see anything coming like that here?
You know, look, here's what I believe is, I'm happy to say we're definitely ahead of schedule on fixing the operational foundation. That's what gave us the confidence to go ahead and put it into all stores this year. And, you know, my experiences have been over and over again, when you get that operational foundation strong, and you bring in the, I would call it like culturally relevant marketing on top of it, combined with the brand innovation.
Good morning.
You know, you get a really strong response on a business.
Won't you just come out and say you're taking away wokeism so the company can run?
We have such a strong, resilient brand that I think we're going to be able to bounce back with the right programs and the right strategy, which I believe is this back to Starbucks strategy.
Oh, God. Good morning, retail traders. He looks like a cool CEO. A lot better than that other one.
And an old friend of mine, CyberArk Software founder, Chairman Udi Makati. Wow, I can't believe, Udi, you're back. It's been a long time. I'm going to Nikesh at the first. Yeah, you look good. I'm going to Nikesh first, then we'll go to you. Nikesh, you didn't have a lot of identity theft, which is something that we care tremendously about, because once you get into the keys of the kingdom, then everybody is vulnerable. Why did you need to do this deal? Because you got really good platformization going on right now.
Well, Jim, you know, in the last 7 years, every time I've been asked the question, what is your point of view on identity? And I said, I've always paid attention to markets when they inflect, because inflection points create the opportunity for us to enter markets and provide our customers differentiated service. And I believe with the AI wave we're seeing all around us, with the agentic AI, with 88% of all ransomware attacks driven by credential theft, identity is an unsolved problem. In that context, we looked at every player in the market, obviously, and you know, I don't believe identity inflection is going to happen with a new player. I think the existing players are strong, with CyberArk being the strongest player in the space, and we spent a lot of time, Udi and myself and his team, and they are poised to go and disrupt this market and create the platform we need, and also solve the upcoming problem of agentic AI. So from all those factors, we believe this is the right time to do something like this and be ready for the market the next 12 to 18 months.
All right, so Udi, it's been a long time, but since I saw you, they did not have agentics. They didn't have agents, that's artificial intelligence, that have taken over the joint. It used to be 45 to 1. Now you guys are talking about 80 to 1 in terms of rapidly rising. Tell us what you're going to do to be able to stop the
so I can nail pawn
that we're seeing, even at the top of the chain.
Exactly, Jim. First of all, good to be back, and to be back with Nikesh here.
I wish I was here a little bit sooner.
It is an inflection point. We always talked about the proliferation of privilege, not just from the privileged users, but to all types of users in the organization, and add to that machines and agentic agents. And these agents are behaving like a machine, and they're proliferating, and they're going to do tasks, and they won't stop until they get the right answer. So this is the time to put a holistic identity security solution in place to also manage those agents and agentic AI. And we're excited to partner with Palo Alto. We've always respected Palo Alto's on the team and their execution to bring this to thousands of customers around the world.
Udi, David Faber, you are partnering, but you're also just selling. You know, you took this company public in 2014. I gotta get used to my verbs. Yeah. Yes, you founded it over 20 years ago. Why is this the time that you wanted to actually sell the company and take it out of the public markets?
Yeah, why?
We love being a public company, and we did well and created a lot of value to our shareholders. But first and foremost, there's a mission to secure customers around the world, and of course, while creating a lot of shareholder value. And we think in combining with Palo Alto, we can create a powerhouse, really bring this everywhere. This is this inflection point where if we can be, this is what we're going to be. Palo Alto's identity security platform, the one platform that they were waiting on entering, we can be in there. We can just make it much bigger together with their great execution, with our team coming in, and it's an exciting day.
Yeah, and we should point out a lot of the composition of the deal is stock, so your current shareholders will have an opportunity, should they choose to do so, in participating in the benefits of the combination. Speaking of that, Nikesh, what are the benefits here in terms of at least what shareholders care about, cost synergies and the like? I noticed your stock is going to be down, not that much, and there may be some arb pressure, but speak to your investor base right now about why they should be excited.
Well, David, first of all, look, we've spent the last 7 years taking what was a hardware cybersecurity company and turned it into one of the largest cybersecurity companies in the world. Our stock is up 6 times. Our job as management and leadership is to anticipate the future for the next 5 years. I think cybersecurity is going to continue to consolidate. I think scale matters. In that context, the one platform we were not sort of in possession of was the identity platform. I think it's going to be a big deal. Doing this acquisition allows us to have a comprehensive cybersecurity which has never been delivered in the industry before. It's hard to replicate. With the scale that CyberArk has, with all respect to Udi and his team, it's not scale in the context of enterprise. And enterprise scale comes after $10 billion. We are a $10 billion top-line company. We actually believe not just cost synergies, we actually believe we can accelerate the growth rate of the identity platform as delivered by CyberArk and team. I've spent at least a day and a half with the entire product team. I am very excited about the product portfolio they have in front of them and what they're going to bring. I think in partnership with us, in combination with what we bring, we can actually accelerate the innovation at CyberArk, not unlike what we did at Palo Alto in the last 7 years. So I think the top line benefits are going to be huge in the future as we merge the go-to-market capabilities and the new innovation. I think obviously there are synergies to be had. I don't think in the long term a $1 billion revenue company should be public. I think they should be part of a larger sort of entity which allows you to deliver the leverage and scale required to create large amounts of cash flow and high margin.
All right, so Udi, right now you're up against Okta on identity.
Well.
Sadly, and Microsoft, which has been having a very big time with its with product in terms of being hacked.
Poll results.
How have you been in terms of, say, you do a lot of banks, you do some government. How have you been on the hack
Again.
We've been thankfully we've been great on the hack ratio. We've been helping customers and really securing enterprises around the world. I think the difference is the core, and I think that's what attracted Nikesh and team to CyberArk. We actually called it CyberArk way before it became even a space, because we think identity is a security problem, not an identity management problem. So the competitors you mentioned actually look at it as a connectivity issue, and we look at it as a security issue. 90% of attacks emanate from credential theft and identity attacks. It's going to go even faster with agentic AI and machine identities. And so a security-first approach is what we found also with Nikesh and his team. A security-first approach to, and connecting to Palo Alto's other platforms that actually allow us to give quick recovery time, very deep security to customers together.
And so, Nikesh, I know Udi and what he's done in terms of the C-suite. You almost have to have them in order to be able to protect yourself. Keys to the kingdom. I know that you've done incredibly well with the government. What's the overlap right now between your business and Udi's business at CyberArk?
Well, the good news is that we have many overlapping customers, but no overlapping products. So from an integration perspective on the product side, it becomes a lot easier. Our tech stacks are similar. We can connect them in such a way that we can deliver a comprehensive capability to our customers. I think over time we can create leverage by integrating various parts of our operating entities to make sure that we can address more customers, not just Udi's customers at CyberArk, but also all the Palo Alto customers, which is north of 70,000 customers. So I think the ability to deliver this capability across all customers. I think there's another point which Udi mentioned, which you should not disregard. Identity is a security problem, not a management problem. If you look at all the other vendors in the space, they do identity management. What Udi and his team do is identity security. What we need to do is, today the cost to deliver security is the same that you have to deliver identity management. So I think there's a bigger potential in taking CyberArk and being able to do identity security for hundreds of millions of users. Today, they only do that for 8 million users. I think it needs to be done for every user out there, every agent out there. So I think working with Udi and his team, increasing the TAM and the addressability of the entire identity security market is a huge opportunity, and that's what excites us.
All right, now I know you care passionately about your shareholders and your share price, Nikesh. I turned to a page on your deck, which is a little worrisome to me. Accretive to revenue growth and gross margin immediately post-close. Accretive to free cash flow per share in fiscal year 28. That seems like a far time from here.
Well, Jim, first and foremost, this deal will take some time to close. So I think by the time we get there, Look, this is the best time to own these stocks. This is
Oh, it is?
a lifetime opportunity to own Palo Alto Networks and CyberArk. I don't think this.
I think you're full of shit.
Soon in the near future.
Maybe on the knife.
I'm excited. I know stock price will move up.
You don't
and
look
down.
too excited.
You know, when I joined Palo Alto, stock went down. They said this guy doesn't know cybersecurity, doesn't know what he's doing. He's going to go do a big deal and destroy value. And we're up 6 times in 7 years. So part of it is the shareholders have to believe that management is not stupid. We have a lot of time thinking about this stuff, and we're going to execute in the interest of the
I
shareholders.
laugh too.
By the way,
We
all of us are as well.
never wondered whether you were not stupid or Nikesh. But I do, you did say, listen, billion-dollar revenue companies should be public. I mean, it would seem that this is
Very
one
stupid.
of what may be any number of deals to come in future years.
You're a
as well.
moron.
You're going to continue to consolidate.
You
I
just
think,
opened
David,
up the
right
door,
now,
my
our job
friend.
is to get this done, execute, deliver to the market, and show to our shareholders that we have the ability to execute these kinds of transactions, which I firmly believe we do, and go out and prove to the shareholders that this is going to work. Once we do that, we'll worry about the future thereafter.
All right, I remember when Nikesh got the job and the stock got crushed. I
Yes,
introduced
he
it. It was a great buying opportunity. Maybe a good opportunity to get Nikesh Arora, the CEO of Palo Alto Networks, and Udi Makati is the chairman of CyberArk. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to the show.
Thank you.
You're a very stupid man.
All right, well, if that wasn't enough, we got a lot more to get to this morning. We're going to have NEC Director Kevin Hassett join us. He'll break down this morning's GDP data. By the way, we are looking ahead to a Fed decision. Oh yeah. You remember that?
Don't we have to cut and also
Let me
raise?
see here.
Because the GDP number was fantastic, but the inflation, ooh, not big.
So my guess is if you were the chair, you'd be cutting today.
Just because I want to curry favor, that's the truth. I want to curry
Would
favor.
you be cutting today?
They're actually last night the numbers of weakness, like UPS and Stanley Works, they were terrible.
Yeah.
They were terrible.
By the way, speaking of earnings, we got a lot more to get to this morning as well on that front. Let's give you a look at futures here. We're looking for a higher open 9 minutes from now when we open. We got a lot more squawk on the street for you.
Got 7 more minutes left. Take off my shoes and get comfortable. Been up since 1:30. I had one of my worst days yesterday trading. I just don't know. Couldn't do nothing right. I haven't had a day like that in years. The glasses are filthy. Oh, when the lime is over, fly, fly away. You God's forever shore. Fly away. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
All right, let's take a look at what's going to be up the most when we get started with trading a little more than 5 minutes from now. Marvell Starbucks, of course, already just talked to Brian Nickel on the turnaround that is underway. Certainly there. AstraZeneca actually reported yesterday, but a bit perhaps some follow-through. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk in the Street opening bell.
He's just talking out his ass. Just price target to Starbucks 100 to 195 maintains a neutral weight rating. Gunningham takes it to 90 from 79. We've got a 110 on here from RBC, whoever the heck that is. Barclays 115. Everybody, Cohen's got, they're all upgraded, well, all but Citigroup. They dropped it $1. Everybody's got their opinion in here. Let me look at the earnings. Where are they? Are they too disgusting to even post? They don't have earnings on here. Well, that's a bunch of Sheba. Where are they? Starbucks posts another sales decline. I'm telling you. Fundamentals, you know, I was thinking on the way here today, fundamentals don't mean shit anymore. They really don't. I mean, I badmouth Starbucks all the time. They hire some cute chicks, but, you know, that's about it. The coffee sucks. Starbucks posts another U.S. sales decline. And they're upgrading stock. Price, in a way. I rest my case.
Fed due to announce its decision on interest rates. That'll be at 2 p.m. Eastern. Policymakers are expected to do nothing. To be prosecuted, but
they'll look for crypto. Well. I've got to do better today. I'm ashamed of myself from yesterday. I just done worst day I've had in years. Gotta get. I thought I was pretty focused. Looks like we have a little breakout on Meta working out. Here we go. I'm going to be very patient today and just think. We got to pull back here on that support all morning right here on that /ES. I got the hour chart. We broke below support on it, but we got a double bottom here. I have 6406. Today's the 30th. So I'm looking at the 637 calls on a SPY. $0.98. Gotta check where my Google is. There's 92. I got 635 for my next support. We're at the 200 on the SPY. Was there a new poll? I heard that Trudeau's out there screwing Katy Perry. I'd have her tested. She's was a huge heroin addict. Yep. Yeah, she's done her face up pretty ugly now. With her, well, I don't know what she's done to it, but it reminds me of Laurel and Hardy, like Hardy guy, or the skinny guy. That's the first thing popped in my mind. I don't know why women do plastic surgery. You know, I love an aged woman. It's like fine wine. We got an ascending triangle on Google. AMD bounces up every time. This is one of the bullishest stocks out there right now. Apple's pulling back, and we got a double bottom here on Meta at open. So there's 2-minute support on Meta at 201.68. Somewhere in there. Give or take a penny or two. $701.68. Oh yeah, man, the options are freaking high on the calls for SPX. That's a big switch. SPY's back down to 99 to 637s. You got a nose itch. So we've hit my support almost twice this morning. The 6406.21 on the /ES. I don't see any charts in here, pattern. Let me get to the... I'm going to do a couple experiments. I'm going to use Funky's 1 hour time frame. I'm going to get me an alarm clock.
You know you can set alarms in Thinkorswim.
What's that?
You can set the alarms in Thinkorswim. That's what I do.
Oh, you do?
I got an alarm set for every 2 minutes before the rollover. So like at 10:58, 11:58, 12:58, it gives me 2 minutes to get my shit straight and get ready for the rollover.
When it calms down, we'll go through the room and figure out how to do that. I like the 30-minute also, so I might But I don't think that matters on the 30-minute. But I don't know.
Not as much as the hourly. The hourly rollover seems to have like a little spurt of buying every time it rolls over.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that. I've been watching, but I haven't really paid attention.
It generally pushes down the last 10 to 15 minutes of the candle and then has a spurt of buying at the top. Now, not 100%, but most of the time I see it do that.
Yeah, we got a double bottom coming up on Starbucks. Sucks. I sent a message to Squawk Box. I told him to quit pumping shit. Now, what's your QCOM doing? QCOM, Mr. AVGO, PON, PAWNW. Had a PANW. Had a pullback. Yeah, it hit below my support. We're at 95 now on SPY.
MRVL is about to pull back to the 21 on the 5.
Yeah, you mentioned Marvel this morning. Must have had some kind of news. The company announced a collaboration with Rebellions to offer high-performance, energy-efficient AI systems tailored for regionally driven something. God, why are they using them big words on me? Do the Fibonacci extensions on this one here. On the breakout, yep.
So that $90 range I called out, not only does it have big orders on the book map, but it's also dead center of the golden good zone on the 4 hour.
I'm going to set an alert down here off the 38.2% pullback.
So it's 74.91 more.
82.44 for the first support. 81. I think I did that wrong. 81 and then 80.
What time frame did you fib on?
1 minute.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Just pre-market bounce.
Got you.
I'll just set it there for now. That hit a double top. Damn, SPY bounced. That'd have been a good one.
Studio, ES5 level, Studio 6405. On the board. If it breaks below it, you go to PM low at 6402. Dang, man, when Aqua runs, it runs.
Yep.
Shit, I had an alert set at 70. I thought it was going to actually retry that freaking command house resistance zone from earlier.
Meta's moving up off my 719 support that I charted out yesterday. Meta. It's only up a couple bucks. You got Nvidia with new highs. Here's your knife on SPY right here. I ain't getting stuck like I did yesterday. I got pissed off. Well, not pissed off, just really sick to my stomach. July the 30th. And I'm going to say support today is going to be 635.55. That has to hold on the SPY. So I'll set an alert right below it. And then if it doesn't hold, I'll get a put. And the puts are going to be 631s. They got 41,000 on there. But that's way out of the money. Okay, let's see what happens here. We're about to get triggered. There it is. The 631s are up 4 cents. They're at 30. I looked at them at 31 puts. We got 3 black whores right here on the calls. 88 cents. I'm going to fast little scalp here. If it don't hold, I'm getting right out. Starbucks hit my support at 91.12. I seen a bunch of crows today at where a tree had blown down from the storm we had, about a month or so ago, month and a half ago, where we had that 90-degree wind, mile per hour, and there was like 6 crows next to a bunch of geese digging up in the soil around where the root, there we go, we dropped. Double bottom on SPX.
Mm-hmm.
6400s at 390. We're off the 200 on. Go ahead.
The only reason I didn't buy is because we're so close to the damn bottom of the hour.
Yep.
Or top of the hour. I don't like going long when I know that they like it going.
We're going to see this double bottom right here. See what happens.
There's a ton of sell orders 3 points above us.
We're bouncing off the 200 SMA and the 63 EMA and the 200 EMA. $390. Google's dropping down some. Volume control looks like a pretty little flag. Equal weight on both sides of the pivot point. Come on, SPY. Meta's come back and touched that 719. I just love how AMD works. That would have been a good trade right there. Every morning I say that. I don't jump in it.
Yeah, it sucker defies gravity.
Yep.
Are you kidding me right now? Marvel missed my freaking alarm by 5 cents.
SMCI new high.
Hey, 3 minutes left on the hourly. This is your 3 black crows on the 5. Looks like it's pushing to the orb. If it tweezer bottoms at the freaking orb, I'll take that. I like the 5-minute tweezer bottoms.
We got the VWAP today as a pivot point on the SPY here on the 1 minute. And we're approaching it right now. $5 freaking bucks cents. And we got a head and shoulders. And we got a triple top. We just hit the VWAP. Today at lunch, I'm going to get my oil changed. Got a double bottom on the SPY with a higher low.
Nine seconds left. It doesn't look like it's going to do anything major this hour. Sitting in the middle of his zone. Dead in the middle of the orb, actually.
I think we can hit 635.95 on the SPY if we break, well, still doesn't want to break the VWAP. Do, 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 do. Make sure and alert.
That's my conference call. I gotta get on real quick.
Yep. Make sure and alert.
That's my conference call. I gotta get on real quick.
Yep. It's 46,000 now on those 631s. It's just too far out of the money on the puts. On the 631s. We've got a megaphone pattern starting off today. And we just hit that third time. So far, I'm not very bullish. I ain't seeing nothing. We got a fallen wedge on Meta. Him's up again. This is a crazy stock. You got an inverse head and shoulders on SPX. Back to even on SPY. We got a megaphone on SPY, so it has to break the VWAP. If it doesn't, those 631s are back to 31 cents. Puts. AMD new high. Double top on NVIDIA. I had a dream last night that Trump was walking on water. I said, "Sheesh." I don't know if I want to call that a dream or a nightmare. I don't think I'm that in love with him. We're at the point of control on the /ES. Volume profile. I'm still even here on my SPY. Been in it a little bit too long to suit my... We finally got a little wick above it. We'll see here. Blanket. Give me a 10-cent bounce. Who is that? Okay, we finally moved above it. Sit on this thing all day. We're definitely at the volume point of control right here on /ES, so with a double top. You got a new poll. Initial reaction to FOMAC statement at 2 o'clock. Well, the market knows that he's not going to cut rates, and if he does cut rates, we'll have fly. So, which is hard for me to say. I voted. I'm the only one that has. Fly away. I'll be right back. I gotta watch this chart. We've been consolidating so far today. We ain't done much. Big long Darvis box for good from 10:30 yesterday. Spies back to the VWAP. We broke it. Not yet.
Surprised that it's been so muted. We'll obviously get some fireworks with Powell's speech today. Not going to be what the announcement is because they're not going to do anything with rates, but let's see what he says, especially after today's GDP print. And then the big guys, we've got Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. So we should see some fireworks the rest of the week. I still think volatility is too cheap. Good time to buy some downside protection.
Huh. He's saying buy the dip.
You how you're feeling in your sentiment and how you're going about your trades.
We have an ascending triangle out of the crows.
I mean, I think that's the way we have to look at it.
The higher lows, so we're getting ready to squeeze.
Pretty decent, and you know, not that one data point makes your decision, but GDP today shows that things are, at least with that print, fairly healthy.
Either way,
that probably means that gives the Fed more cause for pause and not to do anything. But the market looks healthy overall. But again, with volatility at these depressed levels, Nicole, I'm staying long, but I am picking my spots to buy some cheap protection to the downside just in case.
Understood. Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading.
Understood.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, Scott.
Thank you, Nicole. You too.
Coming up, we'll talk corporate credit and how CFOs are handling tightening liquidity. Morning, take
Nope.
We'll be right back.
Right when I get up. Damn it. 94 cents. Well, I hit my resistance. I said we were getting ready to squeeze. Why did I get up? Was that stupid or what? So you got your three black crows with a spinning top with a tweezer bottom into an ascending triangle. Up to the 200 would have been my exit idea on that pop. Doo
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more, all crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Schwab Bank Investment
Boom, baby!
The checking account built for investors, named highest in client
Slowly but surely, I'm getting it back.
For 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions.
I don't mess around
Investors like you with unlimited
when you hang with
rebates,
Judge
cash
Brown.
withdrawals
Where's a buck?
worldwide,
2.
No overdraft fees.
Thank you very
Enhanced
much.
Security features to keep your money safe.
I'm gratified.
Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your
Out.
Schwab One brokerage account, you
Thank
can
you very
manage
much.
checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your
Did you see that
brokerage account is
studio?
available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Jimmy said he's going to get it back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term
There's a
investor?
mega.
Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation?
Carl
It's
Nation.
the #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning.
I'll go 110. Damn it.
Experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
112.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
I'm Nicole Petalides, host of Trading 360 and the Watch
Nicole
List live
Titolini.
at the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
SPX. Yes, yes, yes. $4.90 to $5.20. $3.90 to $5.20.
Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're taking a look here at the major market averages. 63.81 on the S&P 500, up about 0.2%. Today is Fed day,
560.
So very much in a wait and see mode. You are seeing up arrows for the S&P, the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the Russell, which is the small caps doing the best of the bunch today, up more than 0.5%. As we await to hear from the Fed, and then later today we'll have Microsoft and Meta after the closing bell. We have a special guest with us to talk all about corporate credit and some of the liquidity situation. I want to hear the latest. Melissa DiDonato is with us, CEO at Kyriba. Thank you so much for being with us. You talk about U.S. businesses and what's normal and how things are trending. You tell us.
So we've got a lot of caution in the market today, don't we? When we look at liquidity overall, we're seeing a tightening on liquidity positioning. In fact, if we look at the exit on Q1 going into Q2 of this year, we saw about 3.2 trillion short-term cash liquidity positioning. It's about $500 billion less than we did this time last year. So what we're seeing is there's a lot of caution in the market today. There's a lot of volatility still, and it's not predicted volatility, it's actual volatility associated with what's going to happen with Fed this afternoon. As a matter of fact, we all may be cautioning that there's going to be no change in interest rates, but let's see what happens at the end of the day. Nonetheless,
6:30.
the tightening on liquidity is putting CFOs in a position to really question where they keep their cash position.
Look at that.
And what it means
Gosh.
for things like paying down debt and getting access to credit lines and to debt.
Well, I was thinking about that because
$1.24.
a certain amount of monies on the side for whatever you want to do, whether it's acquisitions, pay down debt. At the same time, if you're feeling very cautious,
So let's talk
you
about
really
this
want
trade.
To stock up, and we saw Warren Buffett do that. I mean, he really went to a lot of cash. That being said, here
Warren
when the
Buffett,
Fed speaks
Schmuffett.
today, we might hear a Federal Market Committee decision.
So I jumped in this trade at 88 cents down here at the triple bottom. We dipped up, pulled back, dipped up, pulled back, and created what you call an ascending triangle. So you have your three black crows with a spinning top into an ascending triangle with three white soldiers for an exit idea. I got out right here. And I also got in the SPX on the same call off the three black crows. We hit the 200 and I jumped in there for a higher low, and it dipped on down to my support level for a double bottom. Traded a symmetrical flag out of the snake, bounced off the 200 again and again. So you had your 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, boom. And I jumped out of these a little bit later. So we had three white soldiers right here. So it comes back to the 9, or it comes back to the orb. And I'm going to put an alert right down here just in case. Just below the orb. Actually, I'm going to bring it up to the orb. I'm back at 114. I didn't get my coffee made. I seen that thing pop. We have a double top on the SPX from yesterday. Let me see what double top is. That marble came back and almost hit my alert. And then we double topped. NVIDIA new high. What could go to $3? Okay, prepare. We're coming down to the triple top on the SPY. The 6400's at 520. We came down and hit that support level. Nailed my alert on the orb. 6:30, bingo. Out. Now it's time for lunch. After 21, this thing breaks out, I'm going back in. We're at the 200 on the 30-minute on /ES. Right here. And I have a trend line right there. Resistance line. $7, shit. Citibank up. Double top on Bank of America. Dow Jones leaders in volume today is Nvidia, Apple, UNH, Amazon, Microsoft, Cisco. Price winners, percentage winners is Boeing, Nvidia up 1.7%, UNH, JP Morgan, Verizon or Visa, and Cat's up Merck, MRK. We got hourly support here. What's this? What is this? Hour report. I'm not feeling very good right now for some reason. Check my blood pressure. Marvel's pulled back here to 123 on Marvel.
Many do believe Lam Research is now well positioned to capitalize on due to its leadership in wafer fabrication equipment. So their CEO did emphasize their strong execution at a pretty critical moment for the semiconductor industry as a whole. They've been focused very much on this advanced deposition and etch applications, as well as, which is increasingly important in wafer fabrication, but also it's a strategic move that does align right now with their industry growth demands for higher performance within their chips. So geographically, important to note that China makes up around 31% of their total revenue, followed by Korea about 25%, and then Taiwan about 17%. So system revenues also account for about 60% of those overall revenues, while those rose by about 9.7% in the prior quarter. In contrast, though, their customer support business group was up 40% to 40% of their total revenue. That actually was a 20% year-over-year increase. So growing with some different mix that we've seen historically from Lam Research, but I will say that when looking at DRAM and NAND flash memory, there's still a ton of demand there and the opportunity for growth, which they have been seen as capitalizing on. So we're expecting some pretty strong results from a name that trades at roughly 24 times its forward earnings. So it's actually not unreasonable as far as its valuation.
Okay, thank you for that. A good look there. Right now, the stock's sitting exactly at $100. Rick, what would you say about the chart here?
I mean, sometimes the price action can be fairly consistent and straightforward. That's kind of what we see here. We have this trend line going up across these lows shortly after the price shock event of the April tariff news that we saw that brought the stock to its 52-week lows near about 56 or so. But from there, we're up 78%. We notched some new highs near 102.59 just recently, but have since backed off. You can see, though, our channel that we were talking about earlier that connects all the lows that we saw in this upward trend here, but actually pretty closely followed along with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average as well. Moving averages support during uptrends. Resistance during downtrends is how they're commonly viewed. We have now tested the moving average. We've held on so far, but our trend line has been broken. Now we have this low point near about 96, our green line here. That's kind of where we saw some congestion and where price bottomed out a little bit. That's a notable downside area to watch. RSI also declining here. Price has broken through our trend line. We're more drifting sideways now. Momentum is slowing down. We can see as well, if we were to consider our volume profile and standard deviation channel studies, the +2 standard deviation channel right about here matches up pretty closely with those old highs. So about 102.60 or so to 103.30. That would be a general resistance area to consider. Not too much in the way of volume though, but this small node does line up with our 21-day EMA, so about 98 to 96. Those are the downside areas for many traders likely will have their eye on.
Okay, thank you for that. Next up, should we take a look at ARM Holdings? It also reports its earnings. We want to get some details there.
ARM, I didn't notice ARM. Yeah, I did. I think I did.
ARM is, over the last 2 years, they have beaten their earnings and revenue estimates 100% of the time. So it's not a bad track record, but I will say that so far, what we've heard from these semiconductor peers, like NXPI or ASML with international exposure specifically, as this company is of course based overseas, we have not seen the same boom and really strength following earnings that we have maybe in some of these US-based chip stocks. So something to keep in mind. On earnings right now expected to contract about 12.5% year over year. Revenue is still expected to grow to about 13%. And so far, I mean, again, the street's fairly optimistic. A KeyBank note highlighted that they said positive forces, including some upside to iPhone builds. Their negative forces, though, per KeyBank,
Spy hit the top of the megaphone.
Demand in China. So the UK-based company does make its money by selling licenses to chip designs to semiconductor companies like an Apple, Qualcomm. ARM's latest, though, advanced chip technology called the ARMv9 generates higher royalty rates than its previous iteration of the ARMv. So it's also making progress in some of the high-end cloud server processor market by selling its various chip technologies to like Microsoft or NVIDIA. So this name, I do think, does tend to have a great read on some of the spend and the ways in which the CapEx is being allocated from these tech behemoths. So ARM has been interesting for that reason, a compelling story, one of our best performing IPOs of just several years ago. But now trading at 92 times its forward earnings. So the risk here is growth is expected. Can they deliver remains to be the question.
And I do see Morgan Stanley with a 194 target, and ARM is at 164 today. UBS has ARM at a price target of 185 and a buy rating. So that's some good news there for some of these names. I think there's upside potential. Rick, take a look at the chart, please.
Right, so this one also has a pretty strong uptrend off the lows. In this case, the percent gain is even greater, 105% from that point here, that price level of 80. However, this chart is perhaps a bit more of a question mark in terms of the upside. Look at 165, our red line here. That's about where we topped out previously. We weren't really able to stay above that level with any consistency at all. That was the site of a big breakdown point here. You can also see just in this area the declining highs. Lower highs and struggling at a resistance area, typically not a very good sign here. But now that area has come back into prominence once again. That's roughly where we topped out recently here. That's roughly where we are right now. So 165 is a standout upside level that could result in
we got new Sami
breakout activity here. For now, though, we're
California.
still channel here. Our moving averages are still trending upward and diverging, not really seeing signs of trend slowdown or breakdown, I guess I should say. RSI, on the other hand, is showing a bit of a momentum starting to falter somewhat here, trending downward, but now leveling off as we head into earnings. So momentum winding down is pretty common when a stock approaches an earnings event here. So that could be just a factor playing in that situation here. If we were to look a bit further to the upside, 170 is our +2 standard deviation channel. So 165 and 170 are some upside levels you could watch. To the downside, 21-day EMA here, near about 156 or so. Then we have our volume area. Our heavy volume point of control is around 140. The low extreme area to watch for, around 136.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I mean, and there just seems to be optimism here across the board, because when I took a look here at Western Dig, which is also set to report, I'm seeing mostly buy ratings and overweight ratings that signify that it has some upside potential. 75, 78, 83. So let's take a look at Western Digital, which is set to report. Jenny?
Yeah, Western Digital are our clear winner of the group as far as its year-to-date performance. We're up about 58% in 2025 thus far, and about 11.5% this month. And even amazingly so, I actually noticed from just glancing at their weekly chart, is we've now risen for 6 consecutive weeks, with right now looking to be, of course, earnings will test this, but a 7th consecutive week of gains for the company. So Street is estimating a healthy 24% pace of revenue growth. Would mark a slight decrease from the 25% growth we saw a year ago, but I mean ever so modestly. They do dominate the AI storage space with about 51% of the hard disk drive or HDD market share, leveraging about 32 terabytes in drives as well as their ultra SMR technology for these data centers. And we saw, I mean, this really stark contrast between their hard disk drive and flash segments last quarter, as the HDD business delivered record performance, a 7% sequential increase, and non-GAAP gross margin of around 38.6%, the highest in the company's history. So the success does stem from the adoption of some of these high-capacity enterprise drives, and again, the Ultra SMR or the shingled magnetic recording technology, which are hugely in demand for data centers. So their strategic spinoff of their flash business, or SanDisk, does also focus on this durable hard disk drive growth, but risks do still remain, as with, I mean, all of these companies. It does still face some flash volatility as well as heat-assisted magnetic recording delays, which is otherwise known as their HAMR technology, as well as solid-state drive competition and some cost-sensitive right now applications that are perhaps weighing on their overall market share, but still a name that has looked really strong, especially this month from a chart perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. Should we take a look here at the technicals, Rick, at this chart?
The strongest move, and really kind of the most straightforward chart, just shooting upward, 28.83 the low, kind of the same point for all three of these companies. They're closely related, but from there you can see it's really been kind of a different story. In this case, up about 146% from those lows here, making new intraday highs today, even as we speak here. The only real standout level to the downside that's anywhere near the current price activity is about here, this green line, 66.50 roughly. That's also quite close to our yellow 21-day exponential moving average there. So that could be a downside confluence to keep in mind if we do start to break below this channel type shape here. Our lower boundary would be right around maybe the 68 level or so. RSI gives us also something of a mixed picture though, because on one hand we are declining. We were seeing a little bit of bearish divergence. Price was making new highs while RSI was trending down, but the RSI was in the overbought area for most of it, so that's a sign of strength.
I'm gonna go ahead and make lunch. I think we could pull back again.
It was quite strong. It was waning. As I said though, we're approaching earnings and we're breaking out today anyway here and making new highs. So
but I'm
that would be
in nothing right now.
Maybe more bullish type of situation here. So plus 3 standard deviation channel.
Consolidating the last 2 dips.
To look for to the upside here. And
last couple of days, and we got to wait for Powell.
66, 67 to the downside really stands out.
So I'll be doing a FOMAC trade today.
Thank you both so much. A good look there at 3
catch a knife.
names due to report every day. We have chart
Jenny
master,
looks hot
Jenny
today.
Horn combs through these
Yummy, yummy,
fundamentals.
yummy.
Chat takes us through these charts. Jenny, Rick, thank you. After just a quick break, we'll take a look at this day thus far. Our market meetup panel is standing by. Next on Morning Trade Live.
She dressed like a little church girl today. She never wore the same thing since I've watched her. She must have one heck of a clothing closet. Sophie's moving. Here's the drop on the SPY. Back to support. It was resistance at one time. Will I buy it? We got the double top, so Lulu, there's your support level. Create an alert at the double bottom.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best
Carl Nation
wealth management skills in the
biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing
Technical difficulties.
Carl.
Triggered.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Okay, I'm back.
Triggered. There it is. Support. Do, 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 do. Jimmy said we'd pull back. Now we got a double bottom.
Last 10 minutes of the candle.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time.
What was that?
Said last 10 minutes.
Okay. That'll give me enough time to prepare my burger. We got these at 110. Double bottom. So if you all have the capabilities to set alerts, I suggest do it. Oh, wrong place. What the heck? Okay. Now I'll make lunch. Are you in control, Funk?
In control.
Funk's gonna hold. You want me to leave the TV off?
Please, guy.
Watch your mouth.
For the love of all that's holy. Alright, last 5-minute candle coming up.
NVIDIA knife. No, there's no knife. Oh, King NVIDIA. Where'd I get knife at? Double top on AMD. Double top on Meta. Flag on a symmetrical flag on Apple. George.
Shit, I saw it half a minute too late. God. QQQ hit a bunch of low volume nodes. Sit back and wait for a orb retest on the QQQ. 5-minute push down at the end of the hour. Take that 64-14-50, yes. Minute and a half left.
We're back at support again.
Yep, I called it. I'm in at the top of the hour.
Yep.
We went right to the orb on ES.
We're also on top of that triple top break on the SPY. 108. Don't know if it'll hold. Mm-mm. Right above two support lines of 200 EMA and the 1-2 could be a 4.
I mean, I see a bunch of buy orders at 64.13, so it's 1.5 of a. Looks like a big trend line down there.
it is right there. Let's see if it holds here. Well, they,
on there.
yeah.
Okay. I got out of those as soon as we lost the oil guys, so you pick your losers.
Yep. Double on.
I only took a $10 loss on it, but when I lose a major support, I cut them immediately. It's called risk management.
Oh gosh, my stove. I got.
And Jimmy burns that.
Yeah, I'm burning something up.
I'm gonna wait for that 6405 level, guys. We're already below a support, and that's our bottom of the orb. I think they want to retest it because I see 300 buy orders sitting down there.
We got that chick on here again. The bad luck chick.
There it goes.
Back to the top of the ascending triangle where we had the breakout. We had a tweezer bottom on the 30-minute, and we come back and touch that tweezer bottom. We got a doji forming right now on the 5-minute on the /ES. Tweezer bottom if it holds. The doji bar. And here in about another, I could do it after I eat. Go get my oil changed. And I gotta go get paper towels today. I'll do that after hours. Have an hour to do that in. What else? I had something else. Oh yeah, I know what it's going to do. Coming up to a triple top on AMD. SPX is coming to the 200. SPX, remember a little getting far out of the money. The 6400s are. There we go, right there at the 200. At 360. Shake out.
Mm-hmm. We're almost to the orb.
Two contracts.
I'm in at 170. I'm in the 6410s at 170.
Yep, you got the orb. Tight stop just in case. We don't hold that support line.
There's some more buys at 64.02. And 400 buys at 6,400.
If I don't hold that orb, I'm gonna get out of it.
Pre-market low is 64.02. That's another big one. Seconds left on this 5-minute candle. See if it squeezes bottoms at 64.02. If it does, I'll take more than one contract. I usually never do that.
That's a head and shoulders right there on the SPX off the orb, a little bit below the orb. Inverse.
9 seconds.
I wish I wouldn't let that skillet get hot. It smells like smoke in here now.
That's PM low right there.
Let's go, baby. We got 4 contracts.
Yep, it bounced dead at 64.02. Pre-market low and highs are very, very key levels.
Let's go, baby.
Well, $30 a contract right now.
Right off the head and shoulders, too. Break it. Do something. She's just standing there. Indecisiveness.
Yeah, I see pretty equal order flow on the book until you get to 6,400. There's a bunch of buys there, and as far as sales go, you get
They can double down to a double bottom down there from yesterday. If it doesn't hold this, go ahead.
Keep watching this 6,400 level, because that's where all the big buy orders are, and it hasn't moved. Usually they move the liquidity around on the book map, but they're leaving it there.
Yeah. I think I'll get something out of this. Either I get out now with $20. I don't like it pausing here though. It's SPY volume. Yeah, we're getting ready to squeeze. Just standing there like deer in headlights and ain't moved. The price has been at 330 for the last. Wonder what the deal is. Is this thing frozen?
I'd take profit at 64.09. I mean, if you're not going to take profit now, if you're just trying to hold it at 64.09, you're in pin.
I think everybody's waiting for Pow Pow.
I just zoomed way out on the order book, and I don't like what I see.
Oh.
There's there's 560 buy orders way down at 63.80.
That could be the dip I'm looking for when it comes with Pow Pow speech.
OMC, yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, like, for my play for the rest of the day, I'm gonna wait.
It's only $20.
See if we can't get back to the 21 on the S on the 5, and then I'm gonna buy puts and just send them. The MA cloud's already flipped big red. I just need to hit either the 9 or the 21 on the 5, and then I'm gonna go puts.
There we go. Now we're moving. I'm up $100. Oh, excuse me. That's very unprofessional, James. How embarrassing. Okay, I'm going to get up. I'm hoping for the VWAP. Actually, what'd you say? I got 6409.93.
Yeah, I would take profit at 64.09 because that's going to be your 9 on the 5.
And that's a Head and Shoulders. Big fat head. Two-headed snake.
Yeah, I agree, Rob. Look at that book map I just posted. Look at them hiding those orders down there.
We've got 3 white soldiers maybe forming at the 63. And that's right off that. Well, yeah. Might just be a 2 candle. I know right when I sell it, thing's gonna pop up there and hit that trend line.
Look at that open interest in the 63.25s. Way to go, Danny. I was staring at the fucking book map instead of watching the damn 5-minute hit the 9 just like I wanted.
Marvel's pulled back.
Yeah, I posted a screenshot a while ago. The Marvel run is over. There was 100,000 buy orders sitting. 100,000 sell orders sitting on it a while ago.
Yep.
There was profit taking going on. Hello again.
SPY's got a snake breakout, pulled back higher low.
30 seconds on this 5-minute candle and the half-hour candle.
Somebody wrote a headline here: Trump, inflation president of the free world. It's like they forgot about Biden. What's this guy? Peter Sniff. Benzinga. Go, break it. Got a double bottom. I'm gonna right back. I'll bring my phone with me just in case I need it. Snake breakout, double bottom, lower low. I'm still in them. Get out now if I wanted to. Be safe. I'm gonna wait. That coffee sat in there for about 15 minutes in my French press. Starbucks bounced up off my support, $1.30, 40. Morgan Stanley maintains overweight on Starbucks, raises price target to 103. Even though sales were down, it's all about the CEO. I've heard it on Schwab a lot. I mean on CNBC that, and switching, and I've said it before, switching over of new management. This guy's been at the helm for quite a while now. He's not doing what I want him to do. He did one thing though, he put everybody in shirts. Instead of wearing Black Lives Matter, which I think is racist. All lives matter. Could hit 94.26 on Starbucks. I think that'd be a good spot, really. I'm still in my SPX at 325. And we got a double top off the 200. So I'll put my exit idea right there. Right now we're just waiting for Pow Pow, I think the market is. Go. Okay. $350. Boom. Right resistance. $360. Well, we hit the 63. I mean, this is little by little. I think that could be it. I'm still in them. Oh, I've got this. This ain't right. $350. Come on, man. Let's break the 200 EMA. Let's do it. Come on, pow pow. Should I sell here? I'm asking.
6410 is resistance.
You raised it? God, that's what. Oh, on the.
Yeah, my alarm set at 6410 on the yes. Yeah.
On the yes. Yep, that's what I got. 6410. It's 07.
That last 5-minute candle was the lowest volume of the day.
Let's squeeze in. Neutral too. Buyers, sellers were even. I'd love to get us one more little.
Now you're getting more sell orders, but at 6410, it jumped from 170 to 220.
Making me want to sell it.
I want to buy my puts right there. Nine minutes to the top hour, 8 minutes to the top hour.
There's 360. $370. Come on, just one. I'll get it out of here. Okay. I'm diving it.
Dude, you're getting it. I'm rubbing off on you. You're getting as greedy as me.
We have to after yesterday. I took too big of a hit. I'm out. And watching me make the biggest mistake I ever made right here.
You're gonna get married?
That'd be the, yeah. Unless Sue says yes.
I think you'd rather just take a big loss. Well, big loss anyway.
She's gonna have to sign a pre-mump.
Yeah, I know, Rob. That's what I'm sitting here looking at. Freaking SVX is going up, and the damn puts are getting more expensive as SVX is going up. They went from 150 to 165.
It's gonna go, and I'm gonna get mad. We're at a head and shoulders, so I'm not regretting getting out of this trade at 370. But if we break the head and shoulders, I think it's more important than the VWAP.
Hour to roll over. Shit.
Watch
They always do some kind of sneaky shit at the end of the hour. I'm thinking maybe they could push ES to the 63 on the 5. That definitely about puts there. Just like that, actually.
There's 390, damn it. Yes to what? Sue says yes to what? There we go. I just suck. $120. I left $120 on the table right there. Shit. At least I'd take it to the VWAP. I should have said that.
Alright, 4.5 minutes left for the hourly rollover. I want to see the hourly candle. Matter of fact, I want to see the 30 and the hourly candles. Oh shit, the 30's right at the 9. I'm gonna watch the 30 when it rolls over and see if it tweezer tops.
Y'all want to see a picture of me with one of them funny haircuts? Someone say yes.
Absolutely.
420 now. What do they call that? Where they have the long hair in the back and kind of short up on front?
Mullet.
Mullet. I got a mullet with my best buddy. Oh, I have to switch something around here.
Washboardjim.
$4.20. Unbelievable. $3.30. Give me some shit.
Is this big ass wick has only taken the price of the puts that I'm looking at down $10. Wait, let's see if we can touch the orb. Minutes left.
Well, that'd have been a good trade. 450. I just.
Hey, did you make money on it?
Yeah, I made money, but I could have made.
Hey, quit crying in your milk. You made money. You're green. That's more of an ego fix than like it does more for you mentally.
Yeah, I know.
After yesterday.
Yeah.
Now you're back to feeling it. Now you're in the zone.
Yeah.
Seconds left. Watch your 30-minute for a tweezer talk. Okay. 63.25s at 130. Let's see how this works. Damn, worked pretty good, I guess.
I used to have hair all the way down to my belt at one time. I had long hair.
Why you got your pockets out? Is y'all broke?
Yep.
Hmm.
I was doing good in Vegas on the craps table, and then something happened. Well, I remember me and my buddy there, Kevin, was walking in Vegas, and these two chicks come behind us, and they were wanting to pick up on us, and we told them we couldn't do it because we were in Vegas and it was illegal. We didn't want to get busted because, you know, sometimes they'll set you up.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't go for it. I weighed about 190 pounds, 195 there. Now I'm at 170.
Right now.
Yep. I was kind of a little overweight.
But I'm 6'3", so.
I wasn't. I'm 5'9". And that's the guy I used to write music with. We did a cassette. I don't think CDs were out yet. We had a Head and Shoulders on the SPX. We got in on the inverse. Here's another lesson for everybody. So here's the inverse Head and Shoulders where I took the trade. I don't know if I took it at the double, added on at the double bottom. I took it at the shoulder line and added on to double bottom. And then you got the Head and Shoulders up here straight across. So that's your exit idea. That's where I should have went ahead and held it to, maybe. But I got out at the VWAP. Again, that's 2 trades I did like that today. So you understand inverse Head and Shoulders and Head and Shoulders? Now if we come up to the shoulder line the second time, that's when it's the sweet spot. It has to break there. If not, she'll come back down and maybe land about consolidating here. Maybe. You got a 1, 2, 3 right up to the 63. Does that ever make any sense to you, Funk, when I talk like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see Head and Shoulders all the time on my stuff now that I've been looking at them with you.
I mean, like, okay, like the pullback. You see where the pullback could be? Where I put that blue line?
On QQQ?
No, on slash ES. On the 1 minute.
Oh, yeah.
And that matches up with the 63 right there. So you got that previous high and then that high. That's a triple top break. More or less. Randy, it's 420.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay.
All right, TM is held to 200 on the 30-minute, Randy. For the last 4 days. Did everybody take the pow poll? Prayer Crest, Denise, and Michael Overton.
My puts are still up.
My Coinbase account has been locked.
Oh, damn. How are they going to do that with a minority?
I don't know. They did it.
That'll be fun. If they can never release that shit.
To securely unlock your account, select the button below. And they did it to protect from scammers, because I haven't used it in a while. Impersonators of Coinbase support may try to contact you to compromise your account. Marvel's retesting a higher low off the snake. Starbucks, Jimmy said what? The 63, we're almost there. 94.06 right now. On the 5 minute. So every time frame, the moving average has changed. So I'm using the 5 minute on Starbucks. Let me see here. I didn't put Starbucks on here. We got QCOM earnings. When's QCOM earnings coming out? Have they done it? I don't think so. Not yet. Mister. God darn, I wish I'd held them. That'd be a $500 trade. Misters.
Oh, that is extremely interesting. Huh.
I'm going to play earnings here for Mister and see what I said. Oh, I got Hood on here.
Actually fib the high and low of yesterday on the ES.
Yep.
We turned today dead pass in the middle of the golden fib zone, exactly where we were supposed to. Now we're holding the 38.2.
The first one, or the 38% pullback, or
we're holding the 38% right now.
Yeah.
So what I did was I fibbed yesterday on ES.
Yep.
I fibbed the top of it, which was yesterday morning at 64.40. I fibbed all the way down to the low at 63.96, and then looked at today. We turned dead in the middle of the damn golden fib.
Okay, we're going to listen to what I said yesterday on Mister. I mean, it's weekend. top of that candle right there to that one. And then we're going to run it straight across. It's had a little pullback to the 50 SMA right here. We're going to draw a price line all the way across, or trend line. From the top of that candle right there to that one. And then we're going to run it straight across for resistance to break. And we got the gap here, so that held right there. It held support right there. I'm just going straight across with this here. So that's going to be your hard resistance to break, 421.63 this coming week. And support to hold is going to be right here in this, right there. If we can hold 404.04, 404.04, number that I don't get to see very often. We had a resistance here, support here, resistance, 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 support, 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 support. So that's pretty solid. If that holds, we're going to come up here and break that 21 and hit that 9 and go for new highs. We got a lot of gap ups. 480. Or this thing pulls back and be a solid buy at 386 off these other two. I'm pissed. Numbers, your 50 SMA and your 63 EMA. Meta. Oh, I love trading. So we broke below 404.04.04.04.
We have gone up
On Mr.
We've gone up $4 since the turn of the hour, and my puts are still up.
Huh. That's strange.
Well, that tells you all you need to know. They are still up, and we've moved up $4.
Well, anybody gonna give me an A+ for my call?
A+.
Thank you. Sue said yes. I got A+.
Spy's hitting resistance right here.
510. Ooh. Oh, God. That's almost a grand. That is a grand. No, it's $800. Now it's a grand. Oh well. What's that? Are you eating M&Ms again?
Absolutely.
The M&Ms, I finally figured it out. M&Ms stand for market maker.
Huh.
Oh boy. What's up with him? What's he doing? I know he moved to Vietnam. Is he getting into a fight again? I was just thinking about him, about how much I should take Milky away from him if they're still together. Oh, he's not a racist. Oh, he went full on racist. He likes black people. Oh, well. I'll put a stop to that. I know he's over hanging out with Asians right now in Vietnam. He wants me to move over there with him. I don't know if I could keep up with that boy. Or get in trouble with him, one or the other. Let's see, I'm going to check him out. Maybe that's the coin is racist. I bet you it is. It's a coin.
Oh, he's pumping a meme coin that's racist?
Yeah. That's the name of it. Racist.
I wonder if we're going to double top at 64.21.
That's what it is, Randy. It's a coin. There's $6
RSI is pretty hot.
Jesus. Potato chip dip. Man, that would have done it for me today. That's racist.
Let's see, 2 hours? Yeah, or 3.
You understand, Randy's pumping a coin named Racist. He probably bought it.
Shit, an hour and a half. Alright, hour and a half till FOMC. Bunch of buy orders. See if you can shoot around. There's 300 buys sitting here.
Two-headed snake. SPX double top. $5 for the 6400s off the 21 on the 1 minute. 5 minute says triple top. It said triple top. Use the body of the candle on the 5 minute. What's a triple top? It's resistance. Ding ding. It's resistance.
Hey, what's going on with CoreWeave? Oh, they're getting their ass kicked. Alright, I'm setting an alert for $100 on CoreWeave.
And what's that ticker?
CRWV.
That reminds me of Carvana.
I have 2 confluences. You got 60,000 buy orders sitting there, and 100 is dead center of the golden fib zone on the 4-hour.
Let's see if I can find this racist coin he's talking about.
Yeah, Rob, on Tesla, I have 315.51 as the 38.2 fib. I got an alert set at 315.51.
He's got 5 of them. Whole page full of them.
So, looking at the big 4-hour chart on it, the last couple of times that it's broken under that 315.51 fib, I've got another alert set at 308. It's bounced from there a couple of times. And then I've got a big ass 4-hour trend line at 302. It's bounced from there a couple of times. So 315.50, 308, 302.
I think I found it.
Check the bookmark or book map and see where the Tesla orders are. Just keep in mind these are limit orders, so these are not aggressors. These are just people sitting and waiting. They can pull them off the books at any time. Yeah, 315 has 70,000 orders sitting there. And you get down to 300, and that's your big ass zone. There's 180,000 orders sitting there. So yeah, if it triggers at 302, that'd be a good one. Holy shit, somebody just put 700 sell orders on 6419 on the ES. That might be the most orders I've seen either way.
Well, you did it at the right spot. Triple top on the SPX.
Between 6419.50 and 6420, so there's a 50 cent gap. You have 870 sell orders. And it's all one algo. Yeah, I'll be definitely taking puts if we get back up to 6419.
Did I put? We got 6382 atop the orb. We're at the 200 right now. It's 9 is crossing it. At 470, the 6400 strikes. that banned congressional stock trading. Now that Nancy's gone, I remember Obama coming out first week or second week, said he's going to put a stop to insider trading by Congress. He did some bill, but that didn't work. That didn't last. There's always a loophole. Oh, look at Sue. Stop! What'd I just do? Whatever I just pushed brought up another screen, so I'll never remember how to do that. We are now at $5. Nancy, would you pour the rest of the coffee in the French press in here and nuke it for me for about 30 seconds, baby? Jim, I'm in the bathroom right now taking a shower. You'll have to do it yourself. That boy's a weird looking dude. Oh, I think Sophie had an offering. I had sliders. We bounced with a tweezer bottom on the 5-minute on the SPX off the 200. Is it not 5 million, 500,000? It might be 500 million. 5 million. $1,000 divided by 0.123. 5 million. Correct. He'll probably walk away with $500,000 on it once he's done with it. Right off the bat. I think it got down to 200, didn't it? Oh. I'll be back. Can't get Nancy to do shit around here anymore. QCOM earnings.
Which is their CPUs. GPUs also, they're going to be coming out with their own broadband chips. Now, they tried to do this in the past. They tried to use Intel's chips.
Really?
To have broadband connectivity in the iPhones. It came out as sort of a lackluster success. They ended up re-upping their contract with Qualcomm. But right now, it looks like because Qualcomm's sales to Apple represent about 20% of the revenue, I think that's the problem that Qualcomm is facing. There's other factors you have to consider as well, which includes China sales, which are around 40% of total revenues. That's also been a constraint for Qualcomm. But nonetheless, if you actually look at some of the commentary that the company made going back a couple of quarters, Apple is expected to, of course, release their iPhone 17 this year, to which time they still expect about 70% Qualcomm modem chips in that product. But moving into the iPhone 18 cycle, which is going to be coming out next year, in about 6 quarters or so, that's where we're going to see some aggressive changeover in terms of Apple using their own endogenous or in-house chips. Now, Qualcomm, maybe that's why the stock has been underperforming. Now, if you look at the EPS for the quarter, they're expecting to earn $2.71. That's still higher 16% year over year compared to the same quarter last year at $2.33. but nonetheless, it's actually sequential decline from last quarter, because last quarter the company published $2.85. Now sales are expected to be robust, around 10%, 10.35 billion, higher sequentially from last quarter. This is important, as well as from last year. And I think there may be a little bit of a hang up this quarter in terms of EBS, because the company made an acquisition going back to early June of AlphaWave. It was around a $2.5 billion acquisition, not a huge acquisition, but nonetheless, it may be impacting earnings this quarter. And this is essentially Qualcomm's, reach to employ their technologies in data center and to capture more of the AI infrastructure markets. I think Qualcomm has been kind of late to the party in that area, so they're playing catch up through acquisitions. But I do think that the IoT and the automotive segments have been relatively weak. Competition from ARM has been a challenge. Apple also now making their own modem chips or moving forward to that pretty aggressively. And China, a lot of factors have been negative catalysts for Qualcomm. But again, the stock price has really not performed this year very well. Down about 2.5%, and even year to date, it's only higher by about 5%, underperforming the S&P.
George, they have revenue targets of $4 billion for 2026 and $8 billion for 2029. Pretty aggressive. Here's the question, George. With everything we've talked about here with automotive, remember your car's like a family room now. There's so much digital equipment and things in there. There's an upgrade cycle to AI phones that's Qualcomm's going to be probably involved in. But the simple question is this, George. Are people and companies moving towards Qualcomm or away from Qualcomm based on what you've read?
That's a good question. That's the thing. If you look at what Apple's doing, they're moving away. If you look at Qualcomm's position with Samsung,
570 now.
They have some placement of around 75% in Samsung's devices, which Android devices are larger than Apple's globally in terms of handsets and growth volume, because they're typically cheaper than iPhone. So in those areas they've been growing. I think the areas of excluding Apple.
So that's off the 63 on the 1 minute. I was just looking at AMD. I didn't call it out, but it moved. We got a double bottom on Apple, triple bottom on Apple. I'm going to go get my oil changed. Should I leave the TV on or off? TV off. I ain't going to be here. I'll be talking though probably on my phone because I'll be in the waiting room. I hate it when these mechanics get in my car, they move the seat. They don't need to move the damn seat. Unless you're a big fat ass. And they turn off my radio. Why can't they leave it alone? They're just driving around the building, pulling it up. Yeah, I'm going to go get that done. Okay.
Why did it stop sharing my damn screen?
That's my mechanic right there. She's doing the right job, ain't she?
Yeah, that's exactly how you do it.
Carvana? Oh shit. Sparks. No, I'll be back.
Okay.
What ticker do you want me to leave on? SPY or the SPX?
Leave it on SPX, actually.
Okay.
I have SPY levels marked out. I don't have SPX levels marked out. Because I trade off the ES.
I don't know. Let me see here. Let's see if I can put trend lines on here first. I just leave it on the orb.
2 minutes to the top of the hour. God, I'm glad I got these alarms. That one caught me off guard.
I'd say the pivot point's going to be the 200 right here, so that's where I'll set my alert. And the POW comes in, upsets everybody, 63.78.12. He ain't going to say nothing. It's going to hurt the market. Yeah, I am going to miss Pow Pow, ain't I? That's just 1 minute away, ain't it? 1 o'clock? 1:30?
Oh, don't worry, Sparks. So, not this past April, but the April before, when I just got into trading, I just liked the name Palantir. So, I had $30,000 worth of 2-year leaps on Palantir. And I sold for a $6,000 profit when they were $18. Do you know what those son of a bitches would be worth today?
Quite a bit.
$30,000 worth of leaps on Palantir at $16.
Well, I don't know. $2.5 million? 250,000? 250,000?
I would think somewhere close to 200,000 to 250,000.
Well, I can beat you all, but
All I have to do is hold them for a year and a half and not do a damn thing.
during the crash of Obama, there were a lot of them that went down to like $1. I got General Motors at 50 cents. 5,000. And look where they are now. How much that would have been. I got something in my throat stuck. I'll be right back. I'm going. I think we're going to drop.
Oh, I did too. I think we got an hour.
Tesla. I was traded out first time I had a chance to. $70. I'd have held them for $2,200. I'd have made a killing. 100. And I had 50. And then what else? There was one stock, I can't remember the ticker of it. That's off the tables now, but it was like oil stock for $80. It dipped down to $1. And it ran back up to 100. And then I had Listed. I had Nile at $2. And it ran to 65. I had Cron. AMD's had at 9. Okay, we're back to resistance again. Let's see what the puts are going to pay here.
Okay, somebody just bought 6,000 contracts, 3,000 calls, and 3,000 puts at the exact same strike. What's that called?
Straddle. Called straddle.
Yeah, somebody bought 3,000, 6,000 calls, and 3,000, 6,000 puts.
Yep. Does it tell you what price?
491.97, 64.35 for the puts. What a 0.8 delta on calls and 0.2 delta on puts.
There's really not no big winner on these. The only 63.30s. We got 43,000 and 63.25s. That's 41,000.
Never mind, I found out who did it. That was Robert Strangle.
So the 63.70 puts, I'm getting one.
Damn, those are expensive.
Yep.
Shit. Those are way more expensive than calls right now.
I dare anybody not to take this with me. Please don't.
No, I already bought 10 of them as soon as you said it.
Oh.
This is on you, bully.
Maybe I can get an oil change out of this here trade. I double dare you.
You're at PM high or pre-market high right now on the ES. If you push down below it, you can come another 2 points.
$670. I need $30 more. That's what it's going to cost me to get my oil changed. Okay, we're at the 63, so you make a business decision. Make a business decision. $63 EMA. Cost you $40? God.
Here's your Bollinger Band support.
You probably do it yourself. Because that's what the oil would cost. I'd give you 100.
We have tested my resistance zone 8 times today and smacked down every time.
We're at $7. $7 on the puts. If Studio was here today, he'd be proud of me. Studio took 3 trades and got the hell out of Dodge.
Mm-hmm.
I heard him yesterday.
God, these contracts are so freaking expensive. They've got premiums jacked through the damn roof for FOMC.
Oh, looky. They're now dollars at $7.10. We coming to the top of the orb before we hit the double. We hit the double bottom, high or low.
I think I'm gonna have to trade SPY. I can't afford to trade this bitch today. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Dude, they're like, that's insane. Those are the same premiums we were looking at when VIX was at like fucking 40. That's also why a while ago when I was saying that we had moved up $4.50, but my puts hadn't lost any value. That's why they were steady jacking the damn premiums up, getting closer to FOMC.
Yep. I truly believe this. I think these fundamental traders on CNBC have made fools of themselves throughout this whole year. That's my opinion. I'm going to send that message to Squawk Box. Still looking for a job over there. Okay, racist is pulled back to support. We're back to 7. Can you imagine what a big old knife will do for this thing?
Yeah, but for right now, can you see my screen?
No, I will though. I need to get. Yeah, I see it.
Now
Oh,
we're just consolidating between the top of the orb and a resistance zone.
can you imagine it going back down to the pivot point?
I mean, if we lose the orb, she's freaking going.
Yep.
But right now, like on the order book, I see a bunch of 6421s. Which would be the top of that zone. We've been testing it all damn day. Kind of hard to say right now. This is a slow time of day anyway. Volume sucks.
We went below the head and shoulders. Kinda. I mean, what is that? Let's see.
Might play a call right here off the orb and then freaking cut it immediately if it loses the orb.
God, Jimmy. Retail traders.
Damn, that IPO is running. AMDQ?
Randy, you talked me into staying here and trading this stock. I'm going to give you 50% of the cut. I'll give you a free subscription to my room. Our room.
Today only, the low price of $0. Back now for tomorrow when we go back to the regular price of $0.
We're approaching the orb.
Yes, we are. I've got my eyeballs dead ass on.
And my ding-a-ling. Was that your ding-a-ling?
That was my ding-a-ling.
$7 and $7.30.
It didn't hold. I don't like that. Oh, it is a wish button.
We're right on the orb right now, on the SPX.
Whatever. I'm fine. I'm in.
Oh, calls?
Yeah, if we lose the orb, I'll get right back at them. This is what my strategy is all about. Break and retest the orbs, break and retest the key levels.
No, I've added it to mine. Yesterday, my strategy would not work at all. As much as hard as I tried.
Yeah, I'm gonna start being super strict though about cutting losers. That's my only issue right now in my trading is having losers too long.
I've made too much money to cut my losers. I just had one bad day.
But I can't average down like you do.
No, that's true.
I have to be right in my trades.
Yep.
Otherwise, I have to cut them quick.
I think that's probably one out of maybe 300 trades that I did that actually went real bad on me.
Yeah. No, yesterday they slaughtered bulls all day yesterday.
Yep. I've had a couple bad ones, but not like yesterday. 4 bad ones yesterday.
That one at the end of the day freaking was bad. That was damn. It broke my trend line. It did everything I wanted it to do, and then some bitch came right back into it.
And you're up on your calls.
Yep.
Pay attention.
Right off the orb. Strategy worked.
Huh, my support line was right on that orb. /ES, whatever that was. So let's figure out what that was. It was the 200 on the 1 minute, but that ain't right.
Alright, I'm gonna go fix some lunch before if I'm seeing an hour.
200 EMA. Yep, that's definitely a pivot point. It's a head and shoulders, and then pull back to the shoulder line, and then resistance to the shoulder line, broke the shoulder line. Now you got to stay above it to stay bullish. And it's on the 9 right now on the 30-minute. I'm still in mine. Slammed off the 200 EMA on the 1 minute on the /ES and the 200 SMA, but it hit the EMA. Now we hit the 63. Drop. Big old drop. I think he just took it to the 9 and got out. Funky did. I can always get my paper towels tomorrow and just get the oil changed after hours. I think that's what I'll do. I've been getting some of my mechanical work done at the big old tires up here. They're pretty good. I say that because they bounced my tires. I drove that car for months thinking I had a bad front end. I went up there to go get it aligned, and he said, it just might be your tires, but this might be out of line. And I said, well, let's line them up. He took the tires off and balanced them, and it's run beautiful ever since. Service is not as fast. I mean, I can get it probably up here at the oil place. Okay, we're getting ready to squeeze. We'll know any minute. I'm not gonna go get drop or 720. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. Okay, I'm at my support right here. Ah! Oh, 720. Damn it. Bounced right off the 200 that time. 3 white soldiers with a hammer. So it's could have probably got out. Kept rubbing up against my moving averages there, plus my support line. My phone just keeps going off. Back to resistance. I put the wrong number in there, 6370. Three white soldiers. Ah. dog and Persian cat. Living on easy street. Don't need this and that. Bills are gonna be due and the baby comes soon. Welfare checks this week. Living on easy street. And the baby will soon be two. Our welfare checks this week. Living on easy street. With my dog and Persian cat. Living on easy street. You don't need this and that. Bills are gonna be due and the baby will soon be two. Welfare checks this week. Living on easy street. Living on easy street. Living on easy street. Jim, I've never heard that song before. Well, that's Split Lip Rayfield, Living on Easy Street. Would I mind taking a look at Bowl? Bowl, is that a chart? Bowl chart? Or is that a bunch of bull? B-U-L-L, is that a... Oh, it's a ticker. Robert, I'm right on it. We got a double top. Then we'll go to the 20-day 1 hour. Release second quarter results on the 28th. That was next month. We're at $6. If I look at the daily, I've already charted this once here on the Fibbies. And we had a big breakout 4 months ago on this thing. Company up to 76 million share offering. And that was on the 21st. The company lowered the company. Shares are trading lower after the company for 75 million share offering. We got to see when that closes. 7516. What? Oh, millions. Real shares are trading lower after the company for an up to 70 million shares. Weibo stock slides on 1 billion. Oh, it's Weibo. Okay. Let's get to a different chart because that one's not going to help me much. Let's go to the 5-day 30-minute. Okay, I got it. So, Robert, we got to break 1421 to 63 on the 30-minute. And if we can gain respect to 1430, you could probably take it to 15, or just under 15 bucks. And that'd be that's called a pivot point area. We had a triple bottom drop. So it's going to come back up, find resistance at that triple bottom if you break 1430. 10-4? That's a bunch of bull. What does PFP stand for? This younger generation, they're hard to understand sometimes. Bills are gonna be due, and the baby will soon be two. Gonna draw my welfare check, living on Easy Street. Okay. Yeah. Slash ES is back to support here. Like three black crows and what? Trump's talking rates right now. Trump needs to self-appoint himself to the Fed chair. Exactly. He could appoint me. I'd make more sense out of that idiot. At least I can predict the future. Hello, my name's Chairman Powell. I can't get ahead of the curve. I was kicked off the curb one time into the streets. There she goes. Oh, look at here. Richard's at a... Look at it go. What the hell is that? A mud wrestling contest? Richard? Tell one of them chicks I'm ready to come go swimming. Okay, the volatility is here. What color ties Powell wearing today? Well, we'll find out. What the heck did I just do there? Woohoo! Jingle bells, fat man laid an egg. We're at the VWAP on this /ES. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Let's drop more, you dirty little whore.
Oh, God. Look out.
We're at the VWAP right now.
Oh, I know where we are. I'm watching it on the book map.
He's watching it.
We don't have big buy orders until 6,400 and then again at 6,380.
Tank it. I'm almost hit I had 63.80.77 what I had. But that's an alert.
There's only 30 buy orders right now.
Oh.
At this level. You got 265 at 63.80 and you got 175 at 6,400.
Tweezer bottom on the 1 minute.
Yeah, it's literally RSI still shows some drop. You got more downside to it. Unless he says something.
I should have added on that. I should have added.
64.50.
Yeah, I should have added on that double top. I'd have made a killing on that. Don't know what he's wearing. The piece of crap hasn't spoke yet. The chat, it's pretty funny right here. Watch live today at 2:30 Eastern Time. Purple's my favorite color, next to blue. I know what color tie I'd be wearing today. Okay, get ready. We're coming up to the shoulder line of the Head and Shoulders. Oh gosh, my blood pressure is at 90/86. Something ain't making any sense here. Pal gives me real low blood pressure.
Might just be dehydrated.
We got a tweezer top on /ES on 30-minute almost. I think I might put new batteries in here. Apple has a fallen wedge.
That was really unimpressive for an FOMC swing. 12 points.
Yeah. We're going to listen to the bastard here in a little bit. See how long I can take him. I know what question I would ask. May I have premarital sex with your daughter, please? Oh, Rob's here finally.
Well.
Rob just threw his 2 cents in. Calls or puts, brother. So that don't tell me nothing.
6-14 call.
Woo!
I mean, I see us consolidate. Like when I look at the big picture over the whole day, I see us consolidating above the orb. So that's bullish to me. If we lose the orb, then we'll retop.
And I'm wanting
So
to buy.
We have not opened the candle under the orb yet.
Yeah.
Since 11 o'clock this morning.
And I want to buy a put.
Shit, as expensive as they are right now. These are still $2.
These are the 6370s. I got out of those. I don't know why I put 10 in there. The 6370s now are at $4.60.
No shit, Rob. Can you imagine how much money they make if they just freaking chop these premiums until 2 or 2:30? As jacked up as the premiums are right now.
Let's get a big old fat hammer.
That's a damn data burn. Jesus Christ. I'm watching Tesla and Master. I can't afford to play SPX. I want to catch one of those moves on those two guys.
I think I need to get the retail traders together here and short this market from these, so these fat cats will be happy again. JD's had a 5-day pullback. K-Web's had a pullback. China's had a pullback for 5 days. There's 530. Up on Easy Street. Oh yeah. 550. Bingo. A plus. What'd you think about that, Rob? Did that turn you on? Yay. So what would be a good word for pal that I can put on the internet? Thank you. Okay, this is what I want. Pal. Thank you for being a anybody have a what?
An ass goblin.
Can I get away with that?
The internet loves that.
You'll be banned from YouTube forever.
Yeah.
Papa, thank you for being a late achiever.
What's going on with you?
They are at 570.
I think CoreWeave is trying to freaking curl. I had a 100 alarm set for it, but I think it's had enough of that fall.
Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. We just touched the 200 and we're right on the orb. We'll see what Steve Leishman says to Pow Pow. Okay. What do you think about the calls right now? Off the 200 in the orb.
I mean, yeah. I'll take them when it touches the orb, and then I'll cut them if it loses the orb. But yeah, it's been consolidating between the top of the resistance zone and the orb for hours now.
We almost got a golden cross on the 1 minute, but it's not quite there yet. So the 6400s are at $3.20. Thank you very much. Oh man. I tell you what, my tummy really enjoyed them sliders. I just had a slider burp. Angel, you want to smell it? You do?
Come on, get your punk ass down here and touch that orb, or there's gonna be hell to pay.
SPX at 320, yay! 6400's up $30.
That's all I hear. Blah, blah, blah.
Nope.
I command you to get back to this orb so I can die in right now.
You had your chance.
Market makers need to get back below this orb so they can pick up all those orders that are sitting there. They're not stupid. They know there's orders left below that orb.
And I really like that slider. I mean, it's left a good aftertaste. And what, it's been about an hour? 2 hours? I have to go out to the car and get me a fresh mint.
There we go. There's one.
Damn it.
Now they're going to stop hunting. They're going to kill a bunch of stop-loss orders, and then they'll run it back up. This is where they get in.
Ah, darn. It's right on my Fibonacci line. Something's going on with shop. Earnings. I think. Shop. Sundar Pichai tells employees to embrace AI and sell behind the Google parent prepares $85 billion spending surge. SoftBank raises price target to 115.
Look at that, baby. God.
Yay. 360.
Oh shit, I scared the dog. Go ahead, slap out the door.
I used to set my dog on my lap. I got into trading one day and he come up to me and put his paws on my leg softly, and then he came back again and made it a little bit harder. Then he came back again for the third time and just did as hard as he could. I think he was telling me, I need to go outside, man. Don't make me pee on your carpet.
So I was watching a video last night. It might be one of the best videos I've ever watched as far as my thinking on this break and retest on these key levels.
Oh, really?
And this guy was talking about how you set your levels, you look for it, and then you get spooked out when it goes below your level.
Yep.
But he explained that the big money knows that everybody is doing key levels now, and they know where the stop losses are.
Yep.
So they push it down right below the stop losses, trigger all the stop losses, and then they get in.
Yep. Yep.
If you look at what just happened right there, the key level was 64.14.50. They pushed it to 64.13.75, so 75 cents below it, so they would trigger all them damn stops, and then they got in.
Yep. That's something that I learned a long time ago. Especially on my levels. When I'm looking at my levels, I said, well, we dipped a little bit below my level there. And then that creates that little head and shoulder. Right now I should have got out 360. Not really trusting this that much.
I mean, you're pre-market high right now. This is a resistance.
Yeah. There's 360 right there if I want it. Give me one more candle. There you go. 380. Come on. You can do it.
Can't go another 50 cents.
370.
There's the resistance zone.
Yep. Thank you very much. Out 370. $50.
That's how you do it, man. That's how you make money in this game.
380. 390.
Yeah. You did the smart thing like that when it hit that resistance zone.
A little bit under it. Mine. But there it is right there. 390. Shit. I could have maybe got it, but I don't know. It'd been a tough one. 390.
Them orders.
I'd have got it now.
64.40.
I'd have got out by now. $4. Shit. Here we go. Here we go. There's $100 a contract.
My God.
Winning, Rob. I've made enough now to pay for three oil changes. That would have been a nice one there. $80 times 3, $240. Where are we going next? Can anybody say it in the chat if you're looking at my chart? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with bubble.
Bubble?
Bubble. Double top. Mr. Grinch knew it. Hey, we got 2 Michelles in here.
Nope. Pick one out. We only need one Michelle.
Michelle, are you a female, the new one? Can you give me your right pronoun?
When you start messing around with multiple girls that are named the same, it never ends well. You gotta get rid of them. Launch them out into space.
I know what a woman is. That was a nice little trade right there.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would have took it off the 200, but the orb gave me a confirmation, plus the 50 crossing the 200 was another confirmation, and then we also hit the 63. So I had a bunch of little confirmations there to jump in that trade right there. Plus it was a head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. Plus it was a tweezer bottom on the 1 minute. 5 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute, 5 minute. 5 minute. Thought I was looking at the 1 minute. What the hell's wrong with you? The 1 minute I would have took it too. Off the 200, off the orb. 5 minute landed right on the orb with an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. And there's a triple top exit idea at 480. Damn. That'd been $160. I should have been looking at the 1 minute. I think I'd have stayed in that trade longer. $520. Oh yeah, that's been a $200 a contract. God, $240. $260.
I'm just log me off. Just log me off and then take me out of the yard and put me down like a cow with mad cow disease.
I'll take an A+, please. You had it there, man. I don't know why you didn't take it. It was set up perfect.
My entry was freaking phenomenal. My exit so hard.
Oh, okay. Well,
I bought the 6400 at freaking $295, so I bought at the bottom.
like you said to me earlier, are you were you were you Ripper man? Were you green?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course, I bought it at $295 and sold it for $395.
Oh, well, that's
Even
still
at even at $395, I still lost $150 a contract.
Oh. Well,
It hit my damn resistance zone. I was peace out.
I just lost $200 a contract. $600. Almost 100%er.
I'm watching. Ooh, I'm gonna get in it. Ooh, Masters on the trend line. Let me see what happens. See if it holds this trend line. Nope.
So once you break a triple top, your first support becomes the triple top. If that doesn't hold, it can drop and hit the 9 and respect the 9.
Oh wait, I was talking right now?
Yeah.
Huh.
You didn't say nothing naughty. God.
Yeah, but we just ran crazy before you took the knife.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I wasn't even looking at ES. Remember that channel I drew this morning? We're at the top of that channel.
Yep.
And just rejected it.
I could see that channel.
We're there.
We broke my channel, the triple top. I think I ought to put that line right there if I was charting it, but we're there right now. I think I would have probably. I don't think I'd have took that right there. I'd have got this right in here. Right here, I'll tell you what this is. It's called a neckline. And it goes right to the resistance also. Or below it. Right there. See that? That's called a neckline right there. The V. We came back and hit that neckline right there. Many times right in there.
Oh my god, yes. I just took. Yeah. Hell yes. Sorry. You were talking, I didn't want to interrupt you. I got in the 6370 foots.
Very good. I remember what I said yesterday. You have the right of way, so if you feel like cutting in, I'll shut my mouth. Unless I'm teaching a lesson.
I didn't want people to follow me, but I saw it tweezer top after it broke that channel, and I was like, that looks good. His RSI was pushing 80.
On the 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit?
I'd take the Fifth Amendment.
This might get nasty. Those are some big ass top wigs.
There we go again, 370 to 6400s. Right off the top of this here channel.
Damn volatility in the market now, buddy.
Yep.
I don't know what he's saying, but damn. Volume's through the roof.
He ain't saying a word. Well, hold on. Oh. Maybe he is. He's wearing a purple tie.
Or the notion that uncertainty has diminished.
There's Leisman.
Statement.
Piece of
Does
crap.
that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several.
Season tickets are now on sale
Oh,
for the 2025-2026 Broadway season at Juanita K. Hammons Hall.
Gonna be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
You don't look too healthy, you fat Steve Leisman.
So, essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's going on since the last meeting. So, at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again?
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still, a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it doesn't feel.
Idiot. We are $37 trillion in debt. Every year that passes, that's $1 trillion added to the deficit. Does that concern you at all?
Which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity aided GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrow,
very good,
better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to
very good,
a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market,
would you like to look at the poll there?
By many statistics, so labor
magnificent, and see if Jimmy was right or not. Huh? Jimmy was right.
both demand and supply for workers.
We're taking calls off the bottom of the orb. We'll get there.
Valpunatic. I think that's the quote of the day. I'm going to put that in the chat in there.
Is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the
for the remainder of the year.
Oh.
And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core PPD is?
So on the dissents, you know, what you want from everybody, and
AWS invoice. Back to the top of the org.
We have a failure to communicate.
Yeah, I ain't taking anything else for the next 30 minutes. Unless there's a huge move. I gotta let these premiums die down a little bit. They're still jacked through the damn roof to be an iron 15 minutes out.
God, if I'd held them first puts. No, that don't make sense. You're coming up to the neckline again. I mean, to the shoulder line. We also had a megaphone pattern. We're back to the orb. Make sure you don't make sure you have plenty of water when you're sitting here. I've drunk 4 of these 16-ounce glasses since I've been here today, plus the 2 I drank this morning. And it'll help your blood pressure if you do it. I promise you. No drink soda. Don't sit here and drink soda all day. There we go. Get ready, Rob. What time is it? Well, I'm getting a little far out of the money to be. I should move them up. Yeah, I think I will. There's 63.90s. $63.90. $3.10. $2.75. We're getting close to the orb, Funk.
Oh, I'm all over it.
2.60.
I'm waiting on the orb.
Damn it. I wanted in there. You didn't let me in.
Got 30 seconds left on this 5-minute. She can still have one more big push in her.
I'd like 260, but I think I'm 275. I'm chasing. I don't like to chase. There it is. Bam! Got it. We'll see if I'm right. Oh, God. I got to add some more here. Shit. 180. Got 180 and 260.
Yeah.
Get stuck?
No. Luckily, I was on the freaking 6400s, so they were only like 80 by the time I got down there. I wasn't even paying attention, so I lost like $5 on that big ass drop. Gave me time to reload. I'm gonna wait this last 10 minutes. We're dead ass in the middle of a knife, and we got 9 minutes till the hourly rollover, and we're coming up on a freaking zone, and we lost the freaking free market and the war.
I got an average.
There's a lot of negative shit going on right now.
Yeah. I got 3 of them.
I would like to see us hit 63.87. I'm setting my alarm.
There's 240. I got. Okay. Which one do I? Or hit the orb there. I get out even here.
63.87 is actually the bottom of that channel. 7 minutes left.
$1.30.
It's in this last 5-minute countdown.
Yeah, this is going to be a good payday if we can get a bounce. It's a lot different having an air conditioner that works. Been sitting in here for a couple weeks at 79 to 80. Now I got it set at 77, and it feels like it's so cold in here. Come on, baby. Might have to stop out of this one if you don't.
Almost there. There it is. 1 minute left.
We hit the 63 on the hour and dropped below it on the SP.
They're stop hunting right now.
Yeah. We could drop another $15.
No, I've got 63.74 is the next support zone.
Let me look.
So 7 points, 5 points.
There's nothing holding it up right now.
Plus you're about to have the hourly rollover.
Well, the hour. Let me see what the hour says. Oh, I got 5 minutes. I changed this around today.
Alright, I'm in 63.80s at 110.
We got a big volume bar. We got 2 volume bars in red. I got stopped out of mine long ago. I don't know. Once we hit that 200. So let's move these up. The 63.65s. That'll keep me under 1,000. Let's go to the 2 minute. Okay. Day 1 hour. Oh, can't do that on that one. 30 minute. 30 minutes says we got more to drop. There's fuck. Missed that. That's a nice little bounce. Oh, there it goes back down. 2 day 5 minute. So I'll go to the 10 minute. 30 minute. Little pivot point right there at 63.4409 on the SPX. And that would have been a good trade.
Keep going, baby. I know she's got to breathe because the RSI is all the way down to 22.
Yes, they did. I think I'm the first one to call puts in this room. No, I might not have been. Aren't we glad Spark's back in here? You know, I told him when he first got in here, he was only allowed to do 2 a day. You remember that? I need a meme that tells me 2 a day.
Oh God! Fuck!
Yeah,
I didn't even look at the 1 hour, Jim.
I know it.
Do you see it?
Yep.
The 1 hour on ES? Plain as day, sitting there slapping me right in the damn face.
I can't see it on that one.
Freaking Head and Shoulders that ends in that 63.57 zone. God almighty.
I don't know. I don't see it. Unless you're...
Let me post a screenshot.
I see my hour, but I don't think it's not telling me nothing. Oh, it's in your zone.
Look at that screenshot I just posted.
Yeah, I got it up.
See the clear as day Head and Shoulders?
No. I see it on top, yes.
It's going to end right down there in that zone I already have marked.
Now look at the 5 minute. You got a tweezer showing up with a green candle with a long leg doji.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our size is smoked right now. It's got to breathe. It'll have to come up a little bit to breathe.
Yep.
We even lost the bottom of that channel that I drew up this morning.
I'm going to clear this up so we can see it better. You got a tweezer bottom on the 5 minute. You got to break the 9 on the 1 minute. Long leg hammer on a 1 hour. I think once it breaks that previous candle, 637964.
I cannot believe we have 1 hour left in the market and those calls are still $9.30.
I love FOMAG Day.
My foot paid well today when we hit the top of that channel.
Oh yeah, it did. You wouldn't believe what mine went to. The 6370s. They.
6370. Oh my God.
Yep. Those are the ones I had.
$3,000.
Those are the ones I had earlier. From $1.50. But I didn't get $1.50, but that's... You said they were too high, remember? They were like at 6 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, you're at a tweezer. You're almost at a tweezer bottom now in the 30-minute and the hour with the long leg doji. If you can just break above it, I'm going in calls.
You're going to have to break the bottom of this channel that's now going to act like resistance.
Right here.
It's 63.84.75.
Could take it to 89. But it ain't broke it yet. How would I determine that? I'll determine it on the 5-minute or the 1-minute. And 85's at the 21 on the 1-minute.
Had a good day today.
Yeah.
Yesterday I got bent over somebody's knee and spanked.
I think I got a lot worse.
Yeah, you got the bad uncle. I just got spanked.
Yeah. I got the switching from Grandma. My mom never spanked me. I had epilepsy, so they just felt sorry for me. But my grandma, she got a hold of me one time.
Oh, dude.
Go up.
Old school grandmas?
Yep.
Shit.
Go up to the backyard to the switch tree and get me a switch.
I hated that shit.
I said, oh shit.
Break me off a switch. You come back with the littlest one you can find, she sends your ass right back out.
Yep.
Okay, so you're at the channel right now. You need to break this, and then you get into a freaking resistance zone.
Yep.
There's a lot of damn shit above you.
We got 6,400 resistance. If we break the 21 on the 1-minute, I'm not going to jump into it until we do. That's right here. So that number is 63.83.93 for now, or a little higher. I remember that day because we went over, had pig brains and eggs.
Gross. There's a cafe here in Alabama that still serves that.
Ugh.
It's in Educator.
Anybody in here ever ate pig brains and eggs? Randy probably has.
Alright, let's take a look at the book map. Where's our orders at? Yeah.
There we go, baby. $3 to 390. 420. 420 time. We broke right when we broke it here. And they came back and touched it. Jimmy jumped in. On the 1 minute. I love you, Pow Pow.
Ain't nobody drop a Margaret like Jay Pizzy.
Damn, I'm dropping.
Yeah, that was the top of a resistance.
I could have got 420 out of it.
Wait another 15 minutes, see what happens to these premiums.
Look at Richard. Richard's at the pool making money.
Mm-hmm. Go upstairs, get a cookie.
I'm gonna leave here as soon as the bell rings to get my oil change. Come on. Damn it. Oh, I should have put the 1 minute up. They're a little bit better focused because I probably wouldn't have took that. Okay. $1.45. There we go. Got 4 contracts at 184 altogether. It's 218, 318 right now. Still a little early for me taking this trade. Back to tweezer bottom on the 1 hour with a doji split down the middle. I'll get me some water. And turn up that air conditioner.
Man says but.
Yeah. 220.
I'll never understand how you can get in a trade and then walk away. Here she goes. Look for 63.70.
I got 73 just in case. 73.08.
Oh, yoga?
On the 5 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, probably could go a little lower. 72, 75.
I'm just looking at where all the buy orders are.
Okay. God. Back to $3,000 on them 63.70s.
Come on, push down.
I kind of feel like I've overtraded now. I wish today, yesterday would have been, I don't know what yesterday was. It just, I just couldn't. I felt like pow pow. I was behind the curve.
One minute left. Watch this 5 for a tweezer bottom at 63.70. They may go stop hunting a little bit below it, but 20 seconds. In at 110.
Snake breakout, double snake breakout, pulled back higher low.
Ooh, 110 to 145. Take that right now.
Could get back up to the 63.4404 on the SPX.
Oh, we go way higher. I want my money.
In fact, we just now saw something. Yeah, you got out right spot. Maybe a little bit lower even, right here. Your support. $63.50s. We got a double bottom coming in. It's right time. $63.50s. $260. Do it. There's $3. No. I'm 2 notches out of the money. And we're getting ready to squeeze. No. To the upside. Any minute. Any second. Damn it. Well, didn't work that right way, but come on. I just got one here at 260, but
a hell of a lot of orders were just added at 63.63.
Got 1 minute until 3:30. There's 310. Give me 5. Angel, I think I got another slider burp coming. $3.40, $3.50. That's good. I'm up $100. Should I sell it?
No.
I mean, we're
Somebody just added 500. Well, now they took them off. 63.81.
we break the 21. We're going to shoot up 410.
381 is your sales.
3 white soldiers here, 450. There's my $5. Come on. I'm out. I'll take that. Out at 440. Damn it, Rob, you want more. Rob's coming in to see more, he says.
He's so greedy. Like 3 Lambos ain't enough for somebody.
Yeah. And a maid. I think that was probably in his prenup. I ain't gonna marry you unless you give me a maid. I know you're loaded after what Jim taught you over the years. Rob might be the oldest one in here that knows me. Michelle, but I think Rob knew me before Michelle. Michelle number 1.
Yeah, now we gotta keep them straight. Yeah.
Yeah. Bug. I'm not sure if he was in United Traders with me or not. He might have been. Hey, I think I'm done. I want to get outside in the heat. Yeah, I'd wait because I think the buys are coming in. If we hold this head and shoulders right here, we're getting ready to squeeze again. I would look at the IRS people at 5 days a week. I got one in there. I guess she got asthma problems, and I went to spraying some Lysol around her. She got into a hacking boy. She got to hacking and just made me feel bad. And then this one girl that left the other section couldn't stand any of my smell of my cleaners, and she's finally gone. That thing smells like a beauty. It used to smell like a barn. Guy going, it smells like a barn in here. Well, get rid of her and
Get rid of the donkey.
yeah, get rid of the donkey. I've never thought about that, but that'd be a good answer. Get rid of the lesbian. I'm not saying all you lesbians smell. Don't take me wrong. Just like fish.
Tweezer top. Too strong. Couldn't pull back. Damn it.
Bobby, you're not a lesbian, are you? What did the blind guy say when he passed the fish market? I don't know.
Excuse me, ma'am.
That would be a good answer. Morning, ladies. I thought I'd share that on my Facebook with all my liberals. I used to be a liberal until they gave us a bad name.
There was a support level at 63.70 that they just pulled off the books.
Yep, we just dropped below the support line on the head and shoulders.
Now there's like 63.63.
We got a megaphone. 63.35. Above it a little bit. Remove. Okay, get ready. The 63.45s. One more candle down, I'm in it.
Got 2 minutes left on this 5.
Yeah.
The rug pull on coals continues, I see. Hey, gotta stop hunting.
Man, I caught a beautiful bottom on Racist. Here's Racist here. I called this when you can look at my charts. You got a Head and Shoulders.
Hell yeah. Caught that one too. That was a $25 move. This is so close to the end of the day.
Yep.
I let him go stop hunting and I took that double bottom on the 5. Hell yeah. I've had a good day.
Had a good day.
One of my better ones in a couple of weeks, actually. I sold way too damn early, though. Holy shit. They're up another $70 a contract since I sold. Fuck, I hate my exits.
You had one good exit today.
Don't make up for all the money I leave on the table every day.
Yeah, well, I'm working on that this year, and I got stuck yesterday because of it. Not really, I don't think. I just bad trade, but I'm making more money. I'm staying in longer, and I'm keeping one or two. That's helped out a lot too.
Somebody wants to keep it pinned under 63.76 because every time it gets near that zone, there's a order that pops up on the order book for 500 sales, and then when it starts dropping, they take it off. Might get one more bounce if it hits 63.63. There's a hell of a lot of buy orders between 63.63 and 63.61. There's 7. There's over 1,000 buy orders there. Shit. Broken up into 4 blocks. Unless they pull those orders off the books, Randy, that ain't gonna crash, son. You got to run through 1,000 buy orders. Matter of fact, I'm gonna stream my bookmark for the last 15 minutes so y'all can see what I see.
Can you see what I see? Washboardjim. No, I haven't looked at it yet.
You'd have to have one hell of a sell-off to get through that.
$3.40. This would be my exit idea. Right here to the 50 SMA. And it could pop to 63.51.44. First, you got to bypass this. $63.46 something. If we break the 50. Then to the 63. See, I got the 50 SMA on here too. I've been using it a little bit more. There it is right there. Bam! Double top. You know why I like it there? Because that pullback right there on the 1 minute. You get 3 white soldiers. There's 550.
Mm-hmm. About to get in and put.
Don't overtrade.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You went to 5, 10. I think you can get up to 63, but I'll tell you why. Because you got 3 white soldiers here, and you could have another 3 right here. 3 black crows. Things are working in threes. 3 white soldiers.
There's that same algorithm that keeps adding those 590 sell orders. You just stop it right there.
Market maker.
Take it right back off the books.
Yeah, market makers do that.
Do you see it on my screen? Do you see how they're just adding them and then taking them right back off the books?
No.
Like that little solid red line that only lasted 1 candle. That was 600 sell orders that the algorithm put on and took back off. Just to keep it pinned under that 6381 zone.
Your pop-out player has another window. Okay.
Yeah, that's called market manipulation, and it's punishable by jail time and or fines.
Yeah. There's always a crooked one. Up there at Wall Street getting money under the table.
Exactly. Spoofing is illegal.
Yep.
And that's what this algorithm is doing. You can see him spoofing on the damn bookmap. And the way that you can tell it's an algorithm is these little white lines that are in the bars. If the white line is all the way to the further right the white line is,
Yep.
the more orders are owned by one entity. So everything to the left of this white line is one entity. Usually when you see those 600 orders, the white line is way over here to the right, which tells you it's one person or one entity.
I see. Got a tape reader in here. I used to read the heck out of tape.
Everybody did until it friggin' got to be pretty much useless.
Yep.
See, there he is. He put them 550 orders back in there. And then pulled them right the fuck back off. He's such a little shit.
Right to that resistance level. 63.84.79. I'd be getting out right here. I don't know where I got that from, but can't remember. That's a 5-minute candle.
Let's see, 9 minutes left. Check the daily chart. See if I think we've pulled back far enough. Nope. The daily 20 is all the way down at 63.40. So another 40 points. But this is also 3 black crows on the daily, which is kind of neat.
$9.20. From 170.
The ones I sold for 190 are at 550.
Yeah, the ones I sold at fuck, I can't remember, $4 or $5. Now at 950.
Welcome to my house of pain.
I always call this the fun time to trade. If you just wait and be patient, catch the knives instead of like I did yesterday. Yesterday, I mean, I had the greatest setup, but nothing would hold. Nothing. Any of them.
$400 million to the sell side on SPY. I sold them for $1.90. They're now at $1,050.
Yeah, 1,600 here. 1,780. 1,900.
Okay, they just 10x for what I sold them for.
Jimmy liked the setup. And 3 white soldiers. Then we had a double hammer. Broke the 63 to the 200 EMA. Holding up the 9 with a crossover of the 9 over the 21. That's a good clue right there. That 9 crossing that 21 right there. I need to go back to paying attention to that. As long as it's under the 21, you're bearish. You could scalp it. But once it crosses, boom! I got a video out on that. Let me see if I can find it. You're welcome, Robert.
Shut your dirty pirate paper mouth.
Oh boy. 1 minute left. Yeah, you can Google 9 EMA crosses the 21. There's many people have videos out on it.
Yeah, I know. When I first started trading, before I started trading breakout zones,
Yeah.
I did 5, 8, 13 crossovers.
Yep. Well, we stopped at the I know you don't like that EMA, but I'm telling you. You want to learn how to get out of a good exit or a good entry. The 200 EMA, since I applied it, I would have been waiting for the 200 SMA and I'd have never touched it. But in this case, we had a 9 cross over the 21 to the 200. So I'm going to get out of here and get my oil changed. Today was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it goes back to my saying, if you have a real bad day, just don't give up. Just don't give up. Don't let it get to you. I blew it off. I mean, I still thought about it because I had somebody that was in there with me and he lost 2. So that kind of draws on my mind. That I worry about that more than I worry about me making a bad trade.
Yeah.
It's hard to deal with.
We're not managing these people money. We're just telling them what trades we take.
Yeah. And they realize it. But it still affects the newbie's mind more because they, you know, I always say you got to learn how to trade on your own. But just take the ideas. You know, Funky's been there. He followed people, and now he figured out I need to come up with my own strategy.
You can't mindlessly follow some guy on the internet because you don't trust his logic and you don't trust his trade. And if you are not confident in the trade, you will freaking jump out with a $20 loss right before it runs up 600. Like if you're not confident when you take the trade, you're done. You can't be confident if you're just taking
Well,
somebody else's trade.
you might trust his trade, but you don't know the logic behind his trade.
Yeah, but if you see it go red, you won't understand why he took it. So
Yeah.
you'll get spooked.
Yep. So it's always good to know the logic behind the trade. And that's why I try to talk about it before, when I get in it, or if I get in a trade, I'm going to take it here, or I'm looking for this, or I'm looking for that, before I even get in a trade. I already know when I want to get out.
Oh my God, what a candle. Holy shit.
Yep.
What just happened?
Equity market slower, and I don't know, but it just bounced.
Dude, what is going on? That's 20-something points.
Yep. The White House today working on trade deal. Could be the Deputy Secretary says there's a scoop of the Fed to reduce interest rates. Has something to do with President Trump post on Truth Social. We are very, very, very busy in the White House today working on trade deals. I have spoken to leaders of many countries. Extremely happy. I'll be meeting with South Korea.
Oh, MA's right. Maybe it is fucking earnings. Did Google, what was it, Google and Apple tonight? Some big names were tonight.
Yep.
I don't remember which ones. Maybe it was earnings.
Yeah, it could be earnings. Google.
Somebody had good earnings. I promise you that.
I think Google had earnings already.
Amazon? Take a look.
Yeah, Google had earnings last week.
Oh my God, yes, it was freaking Amazon. Holy.
Amazon would be a market maker, because that tells you that the consumer's doing good. I don't believe a shit about what these analysts are saying. I really don't. A lot of them. I mean, the ones on CNBC especially. And then they got that new chick on Schwab. She's getting under my skin. Tariff this, tariff that, recession this. This analyst said that. I don't care. I want your opinion, not someone else's.
Microsoft is up 7%. Qcom got hit. Had a good run up in the earnings. Oh yeah, they got their ass busted. Down $8 a share. I'll look for the bounce back on them though. You can't keep Qcom down. Qualcomm chips are in everything. Alright, that's on the watch list for tomorrow. So Amazon and Qualcomm are on the watch list for tomorrow. ARM got hit, -4. Yep, ARM got hit hard too. I'll watch for them to bounce back. Hey, good day today. See y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, it was. Teamwork. We work together as good as a team.
Makes the dream work.
Just as long as we don't cut each other down. Gay?
Yeah.
10-4.
10-4.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here. Wow, what happened there?